look at her, I say good morning, and then I'm walking by, and then she's like, sir, sir. I'm like, what's wrong with you, lady? I'm going to greet Bonnie. And then she says that the CEO has someone in, and he has a meeting. So at the moment I got to the door, the secretary was almost pulling me out, but when Bonnie saw me, he's like, hey, hello, Ebenezer. And then she left my hand, and he told me to come into the office. And funny thing, the meeting ended in the next 5 seconds. He said, our meeting is over. Welcome to the organization. So I found it a little bit interesting because I thought it would be a little bit intimidating because he shakes hands with the president and he'll be like, who is this Amadi guy coming to see me today, and I'm having a serious meeting here. So a round of applause to Mr. Bonnie Mbidi, who is the CEO of WEEE Center. Yeah, at least now you're doing well and clapping for Bonnie. Karibu sana, Mr. Bonnie.
Okay, thank you, Ebenezer. I don't have the same sense of humor as my brother Ebenezer. A story about him. He's also a DJ. I don't know what happened to his DJing skills. Maybe you can give us one of your tracks. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Do we have some energy? There's still some tea. There's coffee. Yeah. We're happy to have you today on this third EOS conference. It's not been easy. We were just talking and saying we've done the last two. It's across any part of this world. As you might be aware, the world produces about 53.6 million metric tons of electronic waste. And this was, in fact, before COVID. So you can imagine, after COVID, when people have a huge or bigger appetite for devices, it's, of course, going up. So it's not just a problem that you experience in Kenya or in Africa. This is a global problem. And the US is the fastest growing stream of waste. So when we started the first US conference during COVID, we had people who really wanted us to keep going to the conferences. I remember the first time we had the conversation that we need to start an US conference, there are people who are saying, you know, our work is just to take care of e-waste. But again, we feel we have a bigger responsibility to create awareness. It starts with one person. And the second conference that we did, which was also virtual, was as a result of the success of the first one. So the second one was also a virtual one. Again, learning in the process, making it virtual, at the same time giving people an experience to have a virtual conference, but also have a physical experience. Now, we said, let's try the third one and make it both physical and virtual. I hope we have an audience online. Do we? And they can hear us, yeah? Good. So this time round, we decided, okay, let's mix it and make it both virtual, because we have participants from all over the world again, and also make it physical in Nairobi. Now, the fourth one, we do not know what we'll do. So we're also looking forward to the fourth conference. But in a nutshell, we are so happy to have everybody on board. Looking back, many years ago, when we were talking about e-waste, we were very few people, especially in Kenya. We would go to some of the companies and mention that we safely dispose e-waste, but it was not really priority to a lot of people in Kenya, which we understand. But moving forward, we have new comers into this space. We have startups, we have entrepreneurs, we have innovators, some of them are in the room, others have joined virtually. We've had the government also joining the efforts to make sure that e-waste is properly managed through NEMA and through the Ministry of Environment and Forestry. We've had partners who have worked with us like Safaricom for a long time. We have Closer Gap, who have even now, this is more than 10 years of this relationship, which is also a very good relationship. We have Net Fund, who have also joined, and so many corporates. We have Carrefour, Total Energies, and this is what gives us motivation to keep going. You know, when you have people believing that you're doing the right thing. If we were only doing this by ourselves, I don't think would get here. The people who have seen WEEE Center and the ones who have worked with us, I'm sure they have seen there's been growth. We keep trying to be innovative and also to support the sector. We want the sector to grow. And for the sector to grow, we have to embrace innovation. We have to embrace partnerships. We have also to have a proper legal structure. And as an organization, we've tried to walk around all those pillars. We've taken part in legislation by assisting government to come up with e-waste related policies, advocating for laws that enable proper disposal of electronic waste, which I think now we have pieces of legislation that can support that. We started the Circular Innovation Hub, which now incubates startups and early stage entrepreneurs. And they're also here. I think we've incubated more than 66, which have innovative solutions, because we realized we cannot solve this problem alone. And as we invite you for this conference and as we have the interactions today, we're also looking forward to ideas on how we can move forward and ensure that e-waste is not killing us. The reason why we manage e-waste is for 3 reasons. One, for circularity. You want to have these materials to be in the economy for a long time. Studies have shown that by 2050, the earth will not be able to sustain the raw materials that are currently available. Yeah? The only way the earth will be able to sustain itself will be by circular economy, by ensuring that we are reusing, we are repurposing, we are remanufacturing, and we are not going for virgin materials. So that's the first reason. We want to make sure that we are not depleting the raw materials from the earth. Then the second reason is environment. We have to ensure that we safely take care of an environment. If we destroy this environment for this generation, we're also destroying it for the future generation. So we have to make sure our environment is clean and we don't have e-waste in any of our rivers or water bodies or in the soil. Then the third reason is health. Yeah? These materials have heavy metals. If you look at the periodic table, that I think the table on this side might be having more knowledge, apart from Bwana. Bwana came all the way from Uganda, by the way. He came all the way from Uganda for this conference. And just like Amadi, I've met Bwana for the first time. Then he's like, Boni, I thought you were an old mzee. I told him I'm just hiding my age. So Bwana has come all the way from Uganda to attend and to try and get us to sit down and see how we can also work together in Uganda and also to support other African countries. So I was on health and saying that on the periodic table, more than 500 plus metals in that periodic table are having metals that are found in e-waste. Now, what happens if you throw any of your electronics to the rivers or to the soils? It means those heavy metals will be absorbed and consumed by animals and human beings and even plants. So it means as you consume vegetables and even fruits, sometimes you might be consuming vegetables that have consumed those heavy metals. If you're eating meat, same thing. You might be eating meat from an animal that has already consumed those heavy metals. Again, it has a huge laundry of health effects, from kidney failures to brain damage and many others. So the WEEE Center exists to make sure that we are keeping circularity of materials, we are conserving and protecting the environment, and we are also protecting the health of our people and our planet. So I thought it was good to give you that background. So for us, we are based in Nairobi, but we have also opened up offices in other parts of Africa. We have direct operations in Uganda, Tanzania, and other parts. And we operate in more than 19 countries in the continent through partners, some of which have also joined this conference online. So we're able to provide end-to-end circular ways of disposing e-waste. And we thought the conference is a good way for us to learn. I keep saying we are people who just provide a safe resting place for electronic waste. We don't know much, but we can only learn, relearn, and keep learning. So as we proceed with this conference, I invite you to give your ideas, your suggestions. We are looking for more partnerships from companies, from corporates, from individuals. We have people who always bring us e-waste. In Kenya, we've set up collection bins in various places. Like if you go to the Carrefour supermarkets, you find bins there. Some of the Total gas stations have bins. We have bins in some of I&M Bank. We have others in other companies. So we try and get those partnerships just to enable people to have ease of disposing e-waste. Then we keep communicating this message and make sure that e-waste is properly taken care of. So mine was just to welcome you and look forward to more interactions. We are happy to take any questions and take any ideas. For those who have not visited WEEE Center, we are happy to invite you to our facility off the Eastern Bypass. We have also the Circular Innovation Hub in Lavington. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Looking forward to a productive day. Thank you.
Now we have to get a special way of appreciating our CEO. And this is how we're going to do it. So we'll do 3, 2, 1. It has a name I can't remember. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1. Let's go. There's somewhere we've missed. So we do it again. To our CEO, Mr. Boni, thank you very much. We totally appreciate. Next is Evelyn from Safaricom. Kindly would like to hear from you. Karibu. Rosemary, you're fine, so I'll be interacting with you so that we keep our sessions very alive. You're well. As Evelyn gets to the podium.
Fantastic. I couldn't be in tech and fail at working with tech gadgets. So my name is Evelyn Serro. I lead the sustainability team at Safaricom. Really glad to be here. I don't have, this is just to confuse you a little. There is no formal speech being read from here. And I'm taking the lead from the CEO, Mr. Boni. So no formal speech, but mainly just to give a few remarks on our collaboration and what we're doing around e-waste. So for Safaricom, always start with reminding everyone and also taking that as an opportunity to tell you all what our purpose is. And our purpose at Safaricom is transforming lives. And you may wonder where transforming lives sits, especially looking at this being an e-waste conversation. And within transforming lives, we have four key pillars within purpose, and one of them is planet. So under planet, we have circularity, and that is now where we have the conversation around e-waste. So with WEEE Center, we've been having a partnership for the last 11 years. actually, we should have had a birthday party in October. Yes, so we had, we've been partners around e-waste from October 2012, and we've been increasingly increasing the targets and numbers we are collecting year on year. And just this year, we signed a we signed a commitment with GSMA to also further increase our e-waste collection by 20% year on year. Then with this particular partnership, we are definitely working with our regulators. So Communication Authority are part of it, and we also have NEMA who work very closely with us. Then looking at, and throughout the day, I'm sure we'll have lots of conversation debunking and unpacking what the e-waste conversation is. But a challenge I'd like to put to all of us here in the room, and one of the areas that we are grappling with, is the aspect around mindset shift around e-waste. And Kenyans in the room, we have this very bad habit called hoarding, where I'm sure if we go to our drawer somewhere at home, there's a drawer with gadgets, phones, tablets that are completely obsolete, that are not being used. Please, let's surrender them to for safe disposal. That's why we have partners like WEEE who will guide us and show us what's the right way to do it. And in case you're wondering what are some of the places that you can deliver, or you're probably thinking, oh, I don't know how to get my way to Eastern Bypass, our retail outlets are drop-off points. So all our retail outlets are drop-off points. Just walk in and you can drop off any electronic gadget, not limited to phones only. And I think even with WEEE Center, the conversation will morph out further, especially with our recent launch of the East Africa Device Assembly Plant, which we launched in Athi River. And by way of providing context around that is, by launching the device assembly plant, is one of our key targets is increasing number of people who have access to 3G. And most of us in the room can perhaps speak to the benefits of accessing the internet. It can be either it's work, school, gig economy, but we are also cognizant by us having a device assembly plant here, we also need to take care of the electronic waste. So this all sits within our business. We have 9 SDGs that we have prioritized, and this definitely sits for us under sustainable consumption. So we're actively tracking, actively monitoring, and the final challenge I'd like to pose to the room is, if you have any innovative ideas, especially around sustainable incentives, happy to have that conversation. Because a lot of the times when you're trying to address the question around mindset shift, addressing the question around hoarding, a lot of the people are still tied to the intrinsic value of the commodity. So you perhaps bought a phone at 10,000 bob 10 years ago. It's definitely not worth 10,000 bob today. But can we have a conversation around what does sustainable incentives look like in this space, so that we can all walk this journey together? And I was very, very impressed to also see that there's someone from Nyayo. Hi. Very impressed to see that there's someone from Nyayo, because that is one of the organized resident communities. So even a challenge to all of us in the room, if we can organize ourselves in those small communities, in your apartment block, etc., and let's have the conversation around e-waste, and together we can support WEEE and all other partners working on this. Really, really glad to be part of this session. Glad to have sponsored this, and I look forward to learning and interacting with all of you. And I'll end it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Evelyn. We've said the way we are doing it is 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Let's go again as Evelyn says. 1. That last table is not clapping kindly. Are we together? Again, let's go. 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Again. 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much, Evelyn. She's spoken about 3 challenges. We'll start with our CEO. What was the first challenge?
Mindset.
Second, Edith?
Hoarding.
You better be alert. We'll just be going around.
Like awareness.
All right, thank you very much. So at least now we are together. Our youngsters, we are fine. What was the last challenge? All right, so we move on to Mr. Hassan Sheikh, Director Corporate Communication at Net Fund. Karibu sana. Thank you as you move to the podium. I'll be going around the table, so kindly let's begin.
Good morning. Habari zenu.
Mzuri.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Hassan Sheikh, as has been introduced. I'm the head of corporate communication and partnerships from the National Environment Trust Fund, and a state agency under the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry in Kenya. We are mandated to mobilize resources for environmental conservation and protection in Kenya. And I'm here to represent my CEO, Mr. Samson Tonyok, and who is very passionate about the work WEEE Center is and has been doing in the country for some time. And so I want to begin but first of all, I have to say that I'm taking a break from what the lady from Safaricom did. I want to read a formal speech on behalf of the CEO so that you hear what he has to say. But before then, because I'm also a human being, I have maybe one or two remarks to make on my own behalf. And I want to begin by saying that I appreciate each one of you who is here today for the passion and dedication you are showing towards environmental sustainability, particularly on the issue of circularity. And I just want to remind you that circular economy, or the concept of circularity, lies right at the center or at the heart of sustainable development, which is something all of us, and particularly in government, we are very, very keen on. And therefore, anybody who is doing something about circularity is a very good friend of the government of Kenya, and particularly the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, because that is a key focus for the ministry going forward. And having said that, I now want to read the speech of the CEO. So welcome. All protocol observed, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on my own behalf and on behalf of the National Environment Trust Fund, I would like to thank you all for taking time off your busy schedule to attend the 3rd Africa International E-Waste Conference. Today, waste electrical and electronic equipment, often referred to as e-waste, is a global issue posing a significant challenge to the environment and human health. This is because it's a new challenge, and at the rate at which it is growing is very, very alarming. Indeed, e-waste is the world's fastest growing domestic waste. According to the Global E-Waste Monitor report of 2020, 51.3 million metric tons of e-waste are produced each year, with Kenya's annual electronic waste generation growing from 3,000 metric tons in 2012 to 51,000 metric tons in 2020. Increased generation of e-waste is caused by rapid technological innovations. changing consumer preferences, decreasing costs, and short life cycle for most electronics. The greatest challenge in the management of e-waste in Kenya is lack of adequate resources, low level of citizen awareness on the harmful effects of the waste on the environment, human health, and safety, limited capacity for stakeholders dealing in waste management, and lack of synergy among the stakeholders because they work in an uncoordinated manner. Despite the many challenges and harmful effects brought about as a result of e-waste, there are many useful benefits of e-waste, which include creation of employment, generation of revenue, producing of waste byproducts, which can be used to feed other local industries. The informal e-waste industry also creates substantial employment for the unemployed, who are mostly the youth. To address these challenges, Kenya is a party and a signatory of several international conventions, protocols, and laws that provide guidance and standards for e-waste management. Addressing challenges associated with e-waste requires innovative thinking and resources. Over the past years, the National Environment Trust Fund has been able to support green innovation in electrical and electronic waste. I take this opportunity to applaud WEEE Center for taking the lead in e-waste management activities in Africa. This is a testament that our homegrown solutions can create significant impact across the borders. WEEE Center's approach to e-waste management through circular approach is a model to adopt and replicate due to its potential for green jobs creation, mitigation to greenhouse gas emissions, social and economic empowerment of players from the informal sector. In the strategic period, the strategic plan that is, 2023-2027, Net Fund will focus on circular economy and solid waste management, including the e-waste. I therefore call for partnerships to join Net Fund in programming and supporting mobilization of resources for implementation of interventions that address solid waste management, especially in the management of e-waste. With the recent enactment of the Sustainable Waste Management Act in Kenya, I would like to urge all the stakeholders attending this important conference to build synergy and work towards reducing the menace brought about by e-waste for better environment. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, I encourage each one of you to feel free to engage, share, ask questions to enable productive discussion. It is my pleasure to welcome you to this conference. Karibuni sana.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hassan. Thank you, Mr. Hassan. Our way of doing the clapping. 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Again we go. 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Just kindly just give us a summary of what he said in just like 3 seconds.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Good morning once again. First of all, thank you very much. Where is he? Thank you very much. One thing I think that I took away from what he said is how e-waste is becoming the biggest waste on the continent, the fastest growing waste in the continent, and the particular focus that the government will have on funding and supporting groups and people who will have creative solutions.
Awesome. Thank you, Jazz. I knew I was going to move from one end to the other. So next we'll have Simone, who's online. So our media team, kindly. The stage is yours. Catherine has something to say.
Just a slight change in the program. Will Edith Predov will go first, then Simon next.
All right. Edith, you're welcome.
Okay, a very good morning. Habari ya asubuhi.
Nzuri sana.
So you might wonder also, I come prepared with, this is a very long speech. No, that's only a joke. It has some other background, and I will quickly alert you also to what I have brought for our WEEE Center here today. First of all, I've been introduced. My name is Edith Predov. I'm the Commercial Councillor of Austria for East Africa, and I'm based in Nairobi. And definitely it's a great honor also for myself to be here today with you and speak to you also about our journey together with the WEEE Center and the take on e-waste. Now you might ask yourself, why does Austria have a stake in this conference? And it has come together, and now I'm alerting again back to this, this award, actually, what I have brought for the WEEE Center. It's called the Energy Globe Award, and I am delighted to tell you that the WEEE Center has been chosen as the winner of the Energy Globe Award for Kenya. What you might know about Austria is that it is a small country, 9 million people in the heart of Europe. Please don't confuse us with Australia. If possible, we're not a continent, we're just a small country. And yet, I am proud to say that I think in a small way we are also able to make our contribution, especially in the field of circular economy and environmental technology. And we had, you know, back in the days, I would say 20 years ago, we had a gentleman in Austria, Mr. Wolfgang Neumann, and he was quite a visionary at the time to talk to us about a greener environment, about a planet that we need to take care of, that it's our duty and our responsibility actually as human beings to look after this continent and, after this globe and after the planet that we have. And actually we only have one. So I took away from Bonnie's beautiful speech that I don't have to preach to the converted. I don't have to continue telling you why it's important not to dump e-waste or why it's important to recycle. He has pointed out it very beautifully. But still, I think that we can be multipliers when it comes to the message. And I feel that we have not yet been able to reach each and every one. Now you also see from my title, I'm actually a commercial counselor, and maybe one thing that I can add to the conversation that we have already had today is that we had in Austria some critics at the time, you know, when visionaries like Mr. Neumann came and said, look, we have to look after this planet. We have to convince the industry actually to think in a circular way, which means we're not only producing. Austrians are very good in producing, in machinery, in technology, and so on, but we also have to think in a holistic way, which means a whole of a life cycle of whatever we produce. So how do we make sure that it's actually put back into that life cycle? And the industry was quite skeptical at the time, you know, people were protesting and saying, oh, you know, it will make Austria less competitive as compared to other countries, and now you're giving us so many regulations, and it's really detrimental, and at the end of the day, it will actually make people poorer as compared to what they were before. And of course, nobody was sure at the time because it was a new thing to say, oh, you have to recycle and now you have to take this back, like leading examples like Safaricom and others who are doing this here already. The regulator had to come in, like the government in Austria also had to step in and say, look, this is a mandatory thing now and you have to do it. And reluctantly, we got also the population of Austria more educated in that field, and people were like, yeah, okay. But at the end of the day, it turned out for us to be such a success story, and also in a commercial sense, because it's a whole new industry that has opened up in that sense, and it's not detrimental to business. So sometimes we get a concern that, okay, now all these new regulations are in and we have to take care of the waste and whatnot. It turns out to be very, first of all, it's our responsibility as human beings to look after this planet, and everything that we have been given, so to say, it's the forestry, it's the animals, it's the beautiful landscapes and so on. But secondly, it's also not detrimental at all to our growth. So a circular economy, and I think this is a message that I can bring from Austria, is not something that makes you smaller, it actually makes the industries bigger, and it opens new job opportunities and new paths for growth. So now, after having said all of this, I would like to invite the CEO, Mr. Boni, also to come and join me on the stage, and let me hand over this prestigious award to him.
Where is the media team? We'd love to take some photos. Our CEO would like to say something?
If you allow me, I would also like to introduce my colleague who is very dedicated to the green economy and supporting also the WEEE Center. And I would like to appreciate Mary Ndungenjendo, who came today to join me. And actually, I want to mention also specifically, she came on her holiday because she didn't want to miss out on this conference. Please join us on the stage.
Beautiful. A better hand clap for WEEE Center. WEEE Center has won the award. All right, so big sister will not ask, instead of the big brother, big sister will not ask what Edith said. So I think I'll take that to the next session. We are ready for Simone. Media team, kindly.
Simone, just before you join us, I hope you can hear us.
Kindly confirm you can hear me.
We can hear.
All right, great. And now I'm allowed to share. I have a presentation. So thank you for having me, and thank you for coming through with this third edition of the e-waste, African e-waste conference. I'm super thrilled. I'm in awe with what you've been doing. So just great. I wanted to talk about research and development,
Simone, just a minute,
especially for problematic fractions, but in general in this emergent field. So let me share my screen and start from there.
Simone, can you hear us?
I hear you.
Okay. I don't want you to start before I introduce you properly.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm just thinking of time.
It would be such a shame if I did not say that Simone is the one who did the first and the second Africa International E-Waste Conference. So she had to leave. She went to Sweden. But she's still very much a part of WEEE Center. So we felt that she has to speak to us, even if she's very far away from us. And Simone usually has a lot of knowledge she wants to share. So as expected, she has something that she's happy to share with us. Simone, thank you for honoring us and being with us today.
It's my pleasure throughout. Thank you so much. Yes, my heart is definitely still with you guys so much. Let me see, can you confirm if you see my whole screen? Yeah, now I actually see that you see it also. So let's head on with this. Oops, so there we go. So So my name is Simon Andersson, that's already said. And nowadays I work for IVL, the Swedish Environmental Research Institute. And who are we? Well, we've been around since 1966, and the strange IVL stands for Institute for Water and Air. That's how it started in 1966 with the government and the industry saying we need to do something about the pollution around. So they formed an institute. And now we don't work only with air and water, we work with all kinds of environmental issues. And we are 400 employees. We also have an office in China since the 80s and in India. We do research and we do consultancy assignments, mainly in Sweden, but also lots in Europe and beyond. So I'm on the international unit there. All our profits are reinvested in research for a sustainable society, which feels very good for me. So even if we might be a bit expensive as Swedish people many times are due to the difference in labor costs, etc., but we do not use our profits for anything else than just continue with our research. And recently on electronics, well, the first point here is not very recent, but it's still very current. So if you look for e-mining at schools, you can find a very nice information leaflet done in 2018. And then we are now doing evaluation of deposit systems for small electronics that we usually store in our homes, which happens as much in Sweden as in Kenya and other African countries, I'm very sure, because we just tend to put things away and maybe we're going to use it or maybe not. But turns out we have quite a number of electronics around that could potentially be reused. And also, how is the flow of all of these doing and what kind of statistics do we have on the reuse and repair market? That's what we're investigating as of now. And also how to scale this national reuse industry with the flows and what are the obstacles and opportunities. So that's what we're doing here. But I want to talk about how we do this together, saving our earth. And I'm grateful for Bonnie's speech tapping upon how important it is, because not always is it obvious why we are trying to take care of e-waste and why it's so important. And the theme of today, going into circularity, that's the future. That's where we need to be. We have one Earth. It is limited, so we can't just extract in infinity. We need to use the resources we have and be very smart in our designs and do good quality items. Cut out the waste concept fully and talk about resources and materials, and also then find collaborations and minimize the hazardous chemicals in the products that we have, so that it will be more possible to recycle and reuse. So what about these problematic fractions in e-waste? Which ones are they? What can we do? I'm just going to give a few examples of how we were working with these at WEEE Center, but I'm also eager to hear if anyone in the audience, online or on site, has insights. This is where it is so important to share, and sharing is caring. That's also why I think partnerships are essential, and communication. It is all interlinked. And the little line, very important in the bottom there, all of the above demand investments. So I'm very happy that also Austria is keen on this, Netfund, Safaricom, and everyone else sponsoring these ideas, being part of what is happening across Africa in the development for e-waste management in a safe way. So Doing research and development and innovations in an emerging sector or in any sector, it demands a lot of knowledge, which of course is both for professionals and for the public in different ways. And how can we do that? And then also to create the society system, both within the professional value chain and also for the people to use this. We need some tech, but we also need the behavior to go with the tech, whether we're in the value chain or if we're talking to people who are supposed to dispose their e-waste, for instance, or utilize their electronics in the first place and also buy. And then we have different business models that need to emerge to make all of this work. Some of the tech and some of the items that we need to take care of are batteries. There are wonderful remanufacturing methods for some of them right now. The problem is they still reach end of life in the end after a while. And there are so many different types of batteries. They also have quite strict safety regulations when you're storing them and transporting them, which makes it problematic. And to be able to export, there are also recycling industries that want these batteries of different kind. But to be able to export them without a huge loss, to be able to at least regain some value and be able to afford to do it, you need to have huge volumes. And then we come back to the problem of both collecting and storing it first. So there are effects along this value chain that are problematic. Lighting tubes, similar. They contain mercury, which is very hazardous. They are very fragile, not very easy to store if you're collecting it in your, let's say, the apartment first at home, and then you're supposed to hand it over somewhere. And also once we have them, they are expensive to first store and then transport and dispose properly. There are not too many facilities close to Africa. There is one that I know of in South Africa, and then you have Dubai. So you need to have export permits, etc., to be able to send it out, and you also have to pay quite an amount of money per weight. So this is also a problem. CRT monitors, the old screens for computers and TVs, they take up a lot of space, these glass bodies. And as you can see, there are two types in the image here to the right. One looks like a funnel, and then you have the flat front screen. The funnel glass contains heavy metals like lead, barium, and strontium. What can be done with this? We were lucky enough to have the Innovate UK, KTN, to grant us some funds to be able to work with two fantastic teams on extracting and also investigating what was the content of the front glass and the funnel glass. And could the heavy metals be extracted from the funnel glass with a new technology, which they were, together with Quinnovation from the UK on the left-hand side. And we also found that the front panel glass, if dismantled in a very good way and safe way, so that no parts of the funnel glass comes with it, it can also be recycled and reused the way it is. So we did some samples together with Kitengela glass, hot glass, which were successful. We've also worked with spare parts of different kinds, especially for phones. We did a pilot with Revivo during 2022 to see if they could sell some of the refurbished parts there. That was exciting, but also difficult. Something like that could definitely continue. Talking about infrastructure and technology, to be able to collect, you need bins, and that is also not just readily available the way we can open a web page here in Sweden, for instance, and just order for all kinds of types of bin structures. We had to come up with them ourselves and together with our partners. But it's, like I said, easy to get stuck in tech innovations. It's also a bit easier to find funding for these, but we need to remember people along the value chains need to be able to utilize all this technology, both within the professional value chain to create the data needed, etc., and also for the people disposing. That's why partnerships, networks, collaborations are imperative. Throughout the authorities to talk to each other, the private sector in and outside the value chain, the trade association, religious institutions, investors, civil society, international actors, etc. And I'm delighted to see that we are so many today. So these are just some examples of how we work with infrastructure and collection points, expanding throughout Kenya, thanks to our partners. Another thing to engage with people and have a different way of looking at technology is how to utilize this and how to offer the services. If we're going to go more circular, we need more service management. And there's something called PaaS, Product as a Service, to rent out, which enables new business models, which are also then one part of getting this circularity going. And then we have communication, and today is part of it. Our thought, like said by Bonnie, was to bring the professional and the general public together to showcase that Africa actually has things going on, but also point out the complications, obstacles, and challenges we need to face and conquer together. And we see things popping up continuously across Africa, which is wonderful. I wanted to put out also NEMA's latest Waste Management Act, but I couldn't reach their webpage. I'm so sorry about that. But I did find Dr. Masharia's piece on policy framework guiding there. So the authority communication is very crucial. And I just wanted to highlight and congratulate Catherine for this achievement and talking to the king himself. Was it the Innovation Week or Tech? I can't remember now which one of all there has been so many wonderful events throughout this fall. And then you see Bonnie here with a group visiting at the center where we have this little historical setup with old equipment. So study visits are also very important. And the Killer Cycle Waste Collection Drive, I know that Rosemary and the team is with us today also. This has been wonderful to see how a community-based organization is putting up services for the community and engaging with partners. And we've been doing it for, is it soon 2 years? It's wonderful to see, and lots of people are coming to dispose different types of recyclable waste. So who, when, where, and how? we all have our different parts in the system. The government, the academia, industry, people, to be able to invent and develop this circularity system for electronics in society. I think it's a great opportunity to actually create what is needed together. So thank you. And please reach out. LinkedIn, I think, is the easiest way to hook up with me. And otherwise, of course, send me an email. I'll be happy to interact.
Simone, thank you very much. It was nice learning from you again. Of course, you always do excellent presentations, reminding us of the good memories we've had over the year. Thank you so much. I know we are keeping in touch, so have a
thanks so much, and good luck with the rest of the day and all of this. I will head for my office. It's now 8 a.m. here, so I'll tune in later on today.
Okay, have a great day.
Thanks.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, so we can move on to the next part. I'm not going to ask you questions. I'm not mean like Nancy. But I think we've had a lot of learning from Simone. She's mentioned a few of the things that WEEE Center has done, and even some of the challenges that we have experienced. Now, I'm going to invite next somebody who has worked with us all the time. For me, when I first joined WEEE Center, I was doing a lot of learning. And this gentleman was happy to help me learn. He was happy to walk me into the spaces that I needed to be in. So I'm going to ask Dr. Ayub Macharia to please come to the front and speak to us. He's an expert on policy frameworks and regulations. He's the Director of Compliance at NEMA, who's one of our sponsors. Ayub, karibu.
Good morning. All protocols observed. As you heard, my name is Ayub Macharia. I had sent my presentation. I hope it is coming. But in the meantime, I come from NEMA. I work for NEMA, Kenya. I'm not in compliance. Compliance deals with licenses. I'm in charge of enforcement. So my title is Director Environmental Enforcement. And so I chase people who commit crimes. And I have a contingent of 18 policemen. So you can see how serious I am. A whole police station under my department. So if anybody who wants to commit crime, please beware that we will come for you. Now, I'm sorry, I have some allergy, so when I'm in front of people, I may start sneezing and coughing. When I'm alone, I don't. So, but I want to take you through what we are doing as NEMA, because I feel that Kenya has all the laws that we need, and so we should not complain about laws anymore. Actually, we should just implement those laws because we are okay. We are okay the way we are. But I will explain. So what is happening on the e-waste space? We have a lot of, may I use the other mic? We have a lot, segregation is taking place. When you go to government offices, you find stores full of e-waste and not mixed with paper. So segregation is taking place. Collection, we have a lot of collection. We have transportation. And we also have recycling, refurbishing. Even we have some forms of e-waste back. Next slide. And we are also members of the global community, where we have signed into various other protocols and conventions, such as the Basel Convention. E-waste cannot just come into Kenya. You cannot find a ship off-roading in Mombasa. E-waste. Of course, we have some e-waste coming, but it is disguised as used, reusable electronics. Some of it dead. But the Basel Convention is a good law that protects our country. Then we have the Berne Amendment, the Vienna Convention for the protection of ozone layer, the Montreal Protocol on substances that deplete the ozone layer, Stockholm Convention on persistent organic pollutants, Kyoto Protocol, Bamako Convention, which is domestication of the Basel Convention in Africa. We also have the Africa Agenda 2063 and the Maputo Protocol. When you read all these documents, they have some fragments of let us manage e-waste properly. But we have to move beyond words. We have to move beyond those statements into action. And so, when we come back home, you find that we lack a regulatory framework and policy for e-waste. So we don't have real appropriate, we didn't have appropriate law that talks about e-waste per se. And so we are anchoring our actions on various other segments of the law. So the laws that were there before, and which we are still using, were like MCA, 1999, revised 2015, and the Waste Management Regulations 206. And what do these regulations say? That if you generate e-waste and you have your storeroom full of e-waste, please don't throw it to the environment. Give it to a licensed waste handler who will take it to the appropriate processing facility. So that is all that the law says. It doesn't explain more than that. Okay, let's go on. E-waste has been in the Kenyan books for quite some time. Vision 2030, which you are aware came out back before 2010, recognized that Kenya cannot attain high economic and social development without prioritizing environmental management, and especially pollution. And e-waste was a priority flagship project. And the same went on in 2018 to 2022. MTP3 still prioritized e-waste as an emerging waste category with an emphasis to support SMEs to improve waste management. And the same went ahead, and national ICT policy was also published in 2006 through the Ministry of ICT. Next slide. In 2010, NEMA published the National E-Waste Guidelines to guide people on what is e-waste, what should we do when we have particular kind of e-waste, and including what kind of education we should have on e-waste. And a lot has happened after the publication of those guidelines, because they had more information about how to manage e-waste. And in 2020, we still went ahead and published another book, the National E-Waste Management Strategy, which also gave us the 5 flagship areas where we needed to invest, including infrastructure, including making of proper policies, and several other things. So the strategy and guidelines give us approaches to enhance environmental protection, awareness, what is e-waste, treatment technologies, and disposal procedures. So all this is well documented. Next slide. And then the same went into procurement, where the Act, which governs our disposal of items, prescribed that any institution that is disposing e-waste should only do that to those who have capacity to handle e-waste, not to give it in the free market, okay? So it restricted the disposal to a few facilities that have demonstrated capacity. And demonstrated capacity means that you have a license from NEMA. And that is section 165.2 that talks about that, as read with section 888 of MCA. However, as I said, we have a challenge because it stops there. What happens after that? The end of life was not mentioned. Next slide. And you find that it was also silent on what if, like, WEEE Center fails to bid. Can it do bids throughout all the ministries? Maybe they have enough e-waste from the public, and so they know that you must dispose your waste anyway, and so they will give you a very little offer or zero. So the Act does not tell us more about that. But we also realize that at county level, some counties had developed e-waste Act, like Machakos County. And even some institutions, such as Jomo Kenyatta, had developed an e-waste management policy. So we continued engaging on this space, and we had an e-waste regulation that was developed. However, it has not been signed yet. It is still a draft. Then we also had EPR regulations, which also prioritized e-waste. Also, this regulation is not yet signed. It is still draft, and so not enforceable. And what these laws do is to subject e-waste to extended producer responsibility, whereby the producer must take care of that waste until the end of the chain. These ones address even the end of life of e-waste. So you see, this is further progression in terms of how we handle e-waste in Kenya. But you see, the regulation are still in draft, and so there is still a gap in e-waste management. Next slide. And so, what happens to importation of e-waste? Importation is prohibited. Nobody can import e-waste into the country. We only allow transit. We also allow export of e-waste, but that is through you apply to NEMA for export permit, and then secure prior informed consent from the country you are taking it, then get a permit, and then you move the e-waste. So those are the only activities that are allowed across the borders in Kenya. We are still engaging. In March 2022, Kenya launched the Sustainable Waste Management Policy, which gives further guidance on management of e-waste. And this law, this policy, was important because it transitioned our waste management from linear to circular. And it was followed closely in July 2022 with the Sustainable Waste Management Act. So now we have another act, not just MCA, we also have another act on waste. And so the most important thing is transition from linear to circular economy with increased recovery of value from waste, employment of Kenyans, reduction in demand for virgin materials, saving energy, reducing greenhouse emissions and carbon footprint. So that is where we are at the moment. And that now takes me to this discussion, which is very important. That is why I said we feel that we are okay, because we can now be able to deal with e-waste in another way, through the producer. So, next slide. So, extended producer responsibility is anchored on Section 13 of the Sustainable Waste Management Act. And the key words here are every producer. That means everything that is synthetic in Kenya, that person who brings it bears extended producer responsibility to obligations to reduce pollution. So you are supposed to reduce pollution. So if you find pollution somewhere, we hold you responsible. And environmental impacts of the products, that is the e-waste, the electronics, and the waste arising therefrom. So you can see it is quite encompassing. And you implement this either individually or collectively. Note the keywords there are shall. That means you must, okay? And then the minister is obligated also to make regulations within 2 years. Go ahead. So, why did we insist on Section 13 of the Act? The private sector requested. Because, you remember Kenya had banned the polythene bag in 2017. And we could not do without some items, such as sausage. Sausage is packaged using polythene bag. Bread is packaged using polythene bag. We could not do away with those. And so, the private sector was suffering because whoever wanted to continue using, they were supposed to establish EPR. And you see there were some other guys who are still using these items, including PET, which was not banned but was, we had restricted it. And not everybody had joined those EPR schemes. So after piloting in 2018, from 2018, somewhere in 2019, the private sector approached the ministry and said, we have joyriders, very many of them. They asked the ministry, please deal with these joyriders. And so the ministry responded by developing the Sustainable Waste Management Act, including Section 13, that made it mandatory for all producers to manage their waste through EPR schemes. And so where we are now is we are demanding every producer to prove that you have an EPR scheme. You are implementing your EPR obligations. And through that demanding, we have noted that Kenya has 5 PROs now, which are reported by 30th of October this year. And that is PACPRO for packaging, KEPRO also for packaging, KEHAPRO is for hazardous waste, and we have EPROC for e-waste. So already we have an e-waste PRO, which is in place to implement, to take care of our e-waste. Next slide. And so how are they going to work? Easy. On my extreme right, the policy is there, Section 13. In the middle is innovation. By who? By the PRO, by the producers. So they are supposed to innovate. If you feel you want to go alone as a producer, you are allowed Section 13(2). If you want to come together, you establish the PRO. But where is your space, where you are operating? In Kenya, every space is county government. So you have to work with the county government. And so we don't expect to have a national work plan. You must go to the county and explain how you want to manage your electronics. And then we have where to take the waste. We have material recovery facilities. Those are the only institutions as mandated by law, or collection points, which will take those items to the recycling plant. And of course, there is transportation. So this is a process that requires to be facilitated by either the producer or the PRO. And you know, if you decide to be alone, to come alone in EPR, you still have an EPR scheme. So EPR schemes are supposed to facilitate and pay for these processes. Okay, next slide. And so the yellow part is the one that is involved with EPR. So what do you do with your electronics? You can either put it in the bin, okay? In Kenya, you are supposed to have 3 bins, one for organic, one for inorganic, and one for hazardous. You can put it in the bin. And if you put it in the bin, all bins are taken to material recovery facilities. If you look at this waste flow diagram, the generator is there. You cannot take waste directly to the material recovery facility. You take it through a waste service provider. But you are also allowed to carry waste in Kenya if it is segregated, and you carry it nicely to a collection point where you are supposed to be paid for the waste that you deliver. Okay? So anybody with an old phone can take it to the collection point and get compensated. And so what we have done is we have a system in place where the PROs are reporting on. So they are supposed to report on, number one, their product. What product are you talking about? What volumes are you talking about? Are they identifiable? Do they have a mark? Number two, where are your collection points? And then these collection points must be those that are licensed by NEMA. Waste is not something to be handled by anybody. Okay? They must be licensed by NEMA. And at that collection point, that is where there is payment for the waste picker. And so you must have proof that you are paying the waste picker. And then, county, make peace with the county. Because your work plan, your money should be spent at the county level. We don't have a national work plan, we have county-based. And then, transport your waste to a processing area. So this is how we are implementing EPR in the country, and all producers have already reported on this. Next slide, please. And so, now comes my department. We are supposed to enforce. And we have started enforcing. We are using two methods. Number one is what we call assisted compliance. Assisted compliance only applies for producer responsibility organizations, because those are supposed to develop systems, and the systems take long to develop. So we can be lenient, we can be patient for systems to develop. But producers, they are supposed to join a PRO or give us their EPR plan and make sure that they are paying. If they don't pay, if they are not PRO compliant, then either you are lucky to get an improvement notice or we prosecute you direct. So that is for producers. There is no assisted compliance for producers. It only applies for PLOs. And what we have done is we have started with an audit. We have already audited them. We are giving them an improvement notice by next week on areas that they are still short. And then we engage in compliance assistance, inspection, and enforcement. So what do we expect in the next few days? We expect that, just the other slide, I just want to explain something because it's important for this meeting. So we are out to make sure that there are no joyriders. So we are hitting them from the red area. That is point number one. Compliance assistance for number two, the PRO. Then systems development for the PRO. Clean environment. Anybody whose product is in the environment will be prosecuted because the lower price to the producer and not the PRO. So if we find any e-waste in the river, we are starting in the river. So any TV that we find there and it is written Samsung, we look for Samsung where it is. And then they will be liable for improvement notice and prosecution. Then a lot of data and stakeholder engagement. And we expect that because we don't have enough recyclers in Kenya, like for e-waste, the data that we generate can attract recyclers. So phase two is attracting recyclers. And recyclers, when you attract them, of course, we need a lot of research and innovation, product designs, alternative products. And so we want to make sure that we move from where we are now to more recycling. If anything remains problematic in Kenya, and the recyclers are not attracted to that product, after some time, we will usher in phase 3, where we will have feeding restrictions, recycling targets, recycled content in products, and bans. We will ban many things because we are sure that there are no recyclers that are interested. And so the product is waste, and it is problematic to Kenya. Next slide. So where we are now, the updates, is that we issued that notice on 30th of August, which expired on 30th of October. So we have the reports. And on 13th to 17th of November, we sent inspectors to the PROs who conducted the initial audit to validate the information provided by the PROs so that we make sure that everything is okay. And then what we are doing now is finalizing this report for the audit, and then we will issue improvement notices. You know, an improvement notice is a very tough document because it tells you, I give you 7 days to fix the following. If you don't fix, you are a candidate for prosecution. And so, currently, any producer who has not reported to NEMA is a candidate for prosecution. There is no assisted compliance for producers. So that is what we are doing at the moment. And so what do we expect to gain after this? Additional resources for waste management. Please note that after we implement EPR, counties will only be responsible for organic waste, not any other waste. And that will make work very easy. We will have very nice composting plants to deal with the 60% organic waste. Then responsibility is now very clear. Anything having your label is yours until it is removed from the environment. Equity and proportionality, you pay for what you introduce into the market. Transition to circular product and packaging. If your product is problematic, please remove it. A lot of jobs, increase infrastructure, and then opportunities for producers to demonstrate capacity, enhance the VAT bans. If you have a good product, the government should never think about banning it. And if the government threatens you with a ban, you can argue that, please give me a moment, I implement a good EPR system so that you don't ban my product. Okay? So now banning in Kenya is through negotiation with the producer. And then finally, we have reduced pollution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ayub. I think you saw me approaching you menacingly. I think those were very informative discussions that we've just had. It's been so long when we're seated. I think we need a break. So what I decided to do was go to that table over there. I'm sure they'll say that I'm being too much on their case, but yeah, you'll get used to me. Come and give us something that we can do to lighten the mood here. So serious here. Tina, come. You don't have any music? You have something? Come, help Tina. So Tina is from Kijani World. I'll tell you a little bit about Kijani World. Kijani World is a group of young people, and I hope I will not misrepresent you, who are very passionate about climate and the environment. We have KiliCycle, and during KiliCycle, Kijani World have really been helping with Center with collection of e-waste. You want to speak a bit more on it? I'll continue. So that is why Kijani World are here. They've been our partners for quite a while. They're helping us see how the young people can contribute directly to making sure that the e-waste does not end up in our environment. Because some of us are closer to the grave than others, and they're thinking they have a long time on this earth. They certainly don't want us ruining it. So I'll hand it over to you guys.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. How are all of you guys? So this beautiful lady will take us through a small icebreaker just to get the energy flowing. I would really, really appreciate if you guys will take part and just support her. We were, of course, not told that this is what we're going to do, so we're busy on Google trying to find what we can do. But yes, please take us.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Jazz. So hi, my name is Faustina. You can call me Tina. And I would like to start with, Hi. So do you mind telling us your first job?
My first job was teaching.
Oh, wow. A clap for her. We have a teacher in the house. So what did you teach? Which subject?
I used to teach lower primary kids from standard 1 to standard 3. Yes.
That sounds fun. Thank you so much. Round of applause to our teacher. And Mr. CEO, do you mind telling us your first job?
Wow. I went to, I have studied law. So what I did was to go to practice in Mavoko law courts. So that was the first time I bought a suit.
Wow, that's great. Thank you so much, Mr. Lawyer. Do you mind telling us your favorite song?
There's one I had. It's Amapiano. You know, Amapiano, they are very complicated names. I don't know, it's Dunke. Is it Dunke? What is it? There's a very popular Amapiano song. I think, Tina, you'd know better. You know? I'll find it on my phone.
No. You sing it. No.
I can't sing Amapiano. Amapiano is about beats, so maybe the DJ can help us. I think it's called Danke or Donkey, something. But I'll find it for you, Tina.
Asante sana. And hello? Poa sana. So do you mind telling us your first job?
Yeah. Thanks. I was a dishwasher at a very young age, but my first professional job was a product designer. I designed an air conditioning system integrated in a bed. Can you imagine that? Because during the night, you only spend time in bed, so why would you call the entire bedroom? And by focusing air conditioning only on the bed environment, we saved 60% of energy.
That's impressive. Is it your first time in Kenya?
11th. I love it.
Oh, so what do you love about Kenya?
I think because I have an innovation background, I think the appetite for innovation. So that's why I'm also very happy to see all the creativity and new ideas put into this e-waste sector.
Oh, thank you. Asante sana. Who do we go to next?
Can see people's hearts beating as Tina approaches them. So let this be the last person. We don't want anyone getting a heart attack.
Okay. Hello. How are you?
Thank you.
So, please tell us your first job.
My first job was in the military, in the Air Force, when I was very young, and I enjoyed.
Military? Kenyan Air Force?
Yes.
So, did you do paragliding?
Do what? Parachuting, yes. I dropped several times. The first time was very scary. The second and third time, I got used to the heights.
Asante sana. Do you mind telling us your favorite song?
Odd songs like Ken Rogers and Cowards of County and others.
Oh, asante sana. You have such good taste.
Thank you very much, Tina and Jazz, for helping me out with that one. You've made me think of my first job. So my first job was being a girl who was promoting products at a supermarket. So when you come to the supermarket, I tell you, we have a new product, Sunlight, it's doing this and that, please buy it. So you took me down memory lane. I'd like to acknowledge some people who've just joined us also, who were not here when we were doing the introductory round. We have quite a number of people. We have Essence Park, who are now here. We We have someone from the ministry. I will introduce him shortly. The Ministry of Environment. Standard Chartered is here. Frontline, Green Africa, CAM is also here. If I have missed you, I will mention you at some later point in time, but you're all very welcome. Now, we are running a bit behind on time, so I'll try and move fast. I'd like to call to the stage Mr. Vincent Ongere from the State Department of Environment and Climate Change. He is here on behalf of the Permanent Secretary, Engineer Festus Ngeno. Please, karibu.
Thank you so much, Catherine. As you've been told, my name is Vincent Ongere. I am the Director Administration from the State Department for Environment and Climate Change. I'm here to represent my PS, Engineer Festus Ngeno, who really wanted to be here, but because of other exigencies of duty, he couldn't be able to come, but all the same, I'm here on his behalf. And please allow me to go through his speech, what he really wanted to share with you, because to us in the State Department, the e-waste issue is a monster that we have to deal with, and we really appreciate that the WEEE Center is at the center of things to ensure that we sustainably manage the e-waste. The WEEE Center leadership present here, the distinguished delegates in attendance, ladies and gentlemen, let me say all protocols observed. Good morning. It gives me great pleasure to join you all at the 3rd International E-Waste Conference held here at the Monfig Peak Hotel here in Nairobi. This auspicious occasion provides us with an opportunity to engage in discussions on strategies aimed at safeguarding our environment from the impact of e-waste. Distinguished delegates, I would like to start my remarks by reminding you that at the moment, we only have one planet to live on. That's the Earth. Whereas we have various exploratory work going on other planets, to date, no information has emerged to indicate a livable planet where we can migrate to. Surprisingly, we are still often presented with shocking information about the deteriorating state of our planet. Credible reports consistently highlight the worsening situations of our planet with serious implications on the health of the people, environment, economy, and a few prospects for sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, significant pressures on our planet are largely fueled by human activities. Among these, human-driven factors negatively affect our environment in the generation and management of e-waste. With over 50 million metric tons of e-waste generated annually, globally, many parts of the world find themselves unprepared, leading to extensive environmental pollution. Developing countries such as Kenya, we face the challenges of limited capacity for sustainable e-waste management. lack of dedicated regulations, and the slow embrace of the e-waste circular economy. As a result, we are witnessing an increase in e-waste in open dump sites, contributing to environmental pollution. E-waste in open dump sites often undergoes open burning, which releases toxic pollutants like dioxins, furans, cadmiums, and beryllium. These toxic air pollutants have severe implications on the human health, especially affecting the respiratory, nervous system, and the brain. Regrettably, despite these e-waste issues, our capacity to properly manage e-waste is limited, indicating the need for concerted efforts to address e-waste pollution. Distinguished guests, recognizing the emerging challenges of e-waste pollution, the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change, and Forestry, in collaboration with stakeholders, is actively addressing this challenge. The ministry is expediting the completion of several crucial regulations, including the draft e-waste regulations, which will make transformative changes in the sustainable management of e-waste in Kenya. The draft e-waste regulation will be the first dedicated regulatory framework for e-waste management and promotion of circularity. The circular approach to waste management now currently being promoted is transforming the existing linear approach, which results in moving most of the waste to dump sites to an arrangement that will allow most of the waste to be converted into useful resources and deployed back to markets and industry, leaving only a small portion of the waste for final disposal. By promoting circularity in e-waste, the draft e-waste regulation aims at addressing environmental concerns associated with e-waste pollution. Another key regulatory framework, the draft extended producer responsibility regulation that is spearheaded by the ministry, will further enhance sustainable e-waste management. These regulations emphasize on the establishment of extended producer responsibility organization, that's the EPROS, to fast-track waste management, waste movement and management, so as to minimize further environmental pollution. The EPROS for e-waste will play a crucial role in ensuring sound e-waste management once they are accepted. Simultaneously, the ministry, through NEMA, is implementing the Waste Management Regulation of 2006, the Sustainable Waste Management Act of 2022, and the Environmental Management and Coordination Act of 1999, provision to prevent e-waste pollution from reaching crisis levels. Distinguished delegates, in a proactive move, the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry, which then was Ministry of Environment and Forestry, together with their other partners, including the World Bank, secured funding for a project entitled Africa Environmental Health and Pollution Management Project in 2020. This project, being implemented by NEMA, is set to contribute majorly in sound management of e-waste in Kenya, thereby aligning with the environmental conservation goals. One key contribution of this project is the establishment of modern e-waste recycling facility at Konsa, which is at the outskirts of Nairobi. Ladies and gentlemen, as we convene for this third international conference that is dedicated to discussions around strategies for advancing e-waste management, I would like to commend the organizers of the conference for choosing to open this important discussion on e-waste And it is my hope that the discussions will come with practical solutions for effective e-waste management. In conclusion, I wish to express my gratitude and appreciation for well-organized conference and officially declare the third e-waste International Conference open. Thank you, and may God bless you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vincent. We are very honored that you are able to be here. So, it's time to take a break. I'm seeing people nodding in agreement. During the break, get to know somebody new, someone who's not at your table, because I might just decide to do what Nancy was doing and start asking you questions on who you met, what do they do, and what collaborations are you going to have going forward. I think if you realize in this conference, there's people from very diverse backgrounds. There's students, there are some exhibitors at the back. Some of them are making items with e-waste. We have Takataka ni Mali. There are different people with different things that they're doing. Get to know what other people are doing. Let's see ways in which we can collaborate and work together, because you cannot make a difference alone. We need each other to make a difference. I always remember Wangari Maathai and what she said about the bird, the weaver bird that was picking a drop of water to put out the fire in the forest. Every time I take a walk in Karura Forest, I remember maybe this forest would not be here if she had not fought for it so passionately. I was young when I was seeing her hair being pulled out as she held on to a tree. The true meaning of a tree hugger. But because of that then, now I still have a Karura Forest I can go take my children and take a walk in. So each of us, if we find ways to work together, we can make a difference. And I also know that if I came to your house, you have an item of e-waste there. I want you to think about that item and why you still have it. And then maybe you can bring it to me. So with that, thank you very much for honoring us with your presence, all of you. We have more people, partners and people we work with who are here, including Engineer Isaac Nyonje, who's the Sustainability Manager for Aga Khan. Get to know these people during the break, and then we can come back after 15 minutes and kick off with the panel discussions. Thank you. I'm hoping we have some music though. Some of us would rather dance during the break. We have some tea and snacks outside. Feel free to get something for yourself.
session today.
You guys are good students, followed instructions, and decided to get to know somebody new. We are 1.5 hours behind time, so I'm trying to see if we can catch up a little. So let's start settling down. I'm hoping that now you'll end up being seated next to someone you are not seated next to, because the conversation has become that good.
Great, Catherine. So can you just move to the back of the room and grab someone who is standing, and let's get to hear what conversation they have, especially the ones who are stuck on the entrance. I just want you to grab someone and let them give us a recap on how the morning session was. Sorry?
You want me to
grab someone there on the door, especially the ones who are still shaking hands and speaking.
Sound.
Awesome. So we are settling back into the next session. So we'll be having a panel conversation in the next few. My name is Ebenezer Madi. I am your co-MC today with Catherine from WEEE Center. Right. So I just wanted Catherine to run by the entrance door, the ones who are still chatting, and let them give us a recap of the previous session, as the rest are trying to grab a seat.
Ebenezer, they're running away from me.
They're running away from you. Good.
They're running away from me.
That's a good indication. That's a good indication. If they're afraid of the mic, a good indication that they'll be back on their seats. Great.
I think we should make the last person to sit to sing.
That would be brilliant. Especially I'm seeing the youth table. Not all of them are there. There's one guy who has dreads is missing on the table. Probably give us some dance moves or a song for the day.
Awesome.
Great. That worked. Awesome.
It worked.
So appreciate yourself. A round of applause for you for coming back and sitting on your table. A round of applause for yourself. Why are you afraid to appreciate yourself? Awesome. So we'll be moving to the next session. So we'll be having panel conversations. And our panel one will be discussing on policy as a climate tool, PRO, and EPR. So basically, the conversation on producer responsibility organizations and extended producer responsibility schemes has been a hot topic in the world currently. If you look at the trends, let's look at East Africa. Kenya does have a draft regulation. If you look at Uganda, they're also borrowing some from Kenya. And I know Rwanda is also doing the same, as well as Tanzania. So all of these countries are trying to learn from Kenya, but we want to learn from the experts today. Where are we at in terms of the setup of the PROs, and is the EPR scheme working? So we'll be hearing from brands, we'll be hearing from development partners, we'll be hearing from counties, and we'll also be hearing from a consultancy company as well. So allow me to welcome Joseph Oliech, who will be the moderator of the session. A round of applause as Joseph Oliech makes his way to the podium. Awesome. Karibu sana, Joseph. So Mr. Joseph is, when we were interacting with him for the first time, I actually thought I was having a conversation with him just prior the break. I thought he worked for finance because we were implementing a project together, and the gentleman kept calling me to ask me where the funds are. And I assumed he was finance. So today I was speaking to him and I'm asking him, Joseph, are you not from finance? They told me, finance? No, not really. I manage projects. So I was like, okay, that is the reason why I assumed you're a finance guy, because he kept calling me to know where the funds are. But I'm sure he'll be having a great conversation here with the panel, so I'll be introducing our panelists today. So at this point, I hand over the mic and take my seat. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ebenezer. Before getting here today, actually I met Ebenezer formally on Monday. We've been interacting a lot online, and when we met on Monday, and he was being introduced to me, and I was like, I know this guy. I've interacted with him quite a lot, and I know the good work that he's been doing around. So welcome once again to the second session of this conference. And I'm happy to see that the tables are fully occupied, and gender representation is almost 50-50. It's very rare to find such in most functions out here. So ladies, they have really responded to this call. This is quite impressive. So let me proceed by introducing the panelists to this program. I'll start by inviting Grace Karanja. Grace Karanja. We have Grace in. Welcome. So Grace Karanja is from Nakuru County. She's in charge of climate change. She's the County Deputy Director in charge of energy, climate change, environment, and natural resources. The second candidate, I'm inviting Lavin Safari. Lavin Safari is from Pan-African E-Waste Solutions. She's a managing consultant. She has strong and rich background in waste management, climate change. I think, as far as I know, she's now a PhD candidate in climate change with a rich history on research related to waste management and e-waste management in particular. So happy to host you as well. The third candidate for our program is online candidate. That is lady all the way from Nigeria. We have Ibukun Falui. Technical team, you could check and connect. The other candidate that we're having is Michael Labacha.
Morning.
Michael Labacha is joining us online. I hope I got the pronunciation right. Confirm that you can hear us, please.
Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Very well.
Excellent.
So, Michael is the head of sales and environmental services at EGAS. And we have Henry Masai. Any confirmations? Henry is online. Nigeria, we have Ibukun. Then we have Miriam Bomet and Grace Karanja. Grace Karanja. Welcome, Grace. Miriam, sorry. Welcome, Miriam. Miriam Bomet. Miriam is from EPROC and is also EPROC. And she is also representing CAM, isn't it? Yes, she's also representing CAM. You got some information about EPROC, what's happening there. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for taking time to be here. And what we want to discuss today is policy as a climate tool in Africa. And in this session, we're looking at the PRO and EPR regulations. Maybe, I don't know whether that is central enough. Let me sit here so that we have, is that okay with the media team? Good. I have interacted with industry players for quite some time. And if you'd allow me to stand so that you could have better assessment of my height, and I could also see the players in the field. I've interacted with e-waste management programs for quite some time, and I know what's going on, what's going around. We had the presentation from NEMA by Dr. Macharia, and he talked about the EPR regulations and the PROs. And this is a team to guide us and give us more information about what is taking place and happening on the ground. I know according to the Sustainable Waste Management Act, NEMA is doing mandatory enforcement of Section 13 of the Act. That is touching on the PRO creation. And this is where EPR regulations stems from. And within this Act, NEMA has indicated, and the Act has indicated, that all the producers of whatever form of material getting into this country must take charge of end-of-life management, including e-waste. And for e-waste now, tracing the electronic footprint of the electronic devices that we generate. And the Act indicates that, one, you must make sure that you provide waste management plan. And you must also make sure that you have qualified recycler work with the organization to make sure that the products that you produce are effectively recycled and managed. This program, that is why and where the PROs are created. So we create these PROs to work with the producers and also to work with the recyclers to manage waste. And as we create the PROs, which of course a collection or a group of producers coming together to create a network that will help them in waste management. It has been mentioned that we have one for e-waste. A couple more will be coming, which would require representation of the industry players. The county governments are also expected to play a major role. But we have from Nakuru County. Counties within the Sustainable Waste Management Act, they're expected to liaise with the private sector to create waste management facilities. And within these waste management facilities, they're also expected to have material recovery facilities in collaboration with the private sector. So counties should provide land and maybe a bit of infrastructure and structure on how waste should be collected and managed. We know that all these things have been designed and created by policy framers. Some of them are serious experts, but some gaps also exist. For example, we have very little representation and engagement with the informal sector, and we also have very little engagement with the industry players. Those are the former recyclers for electronic waste management. Give us more information. Their understanding on how policies are supposed to be framed, the experiences they've had with the PROs and EPR regulations. I know, for example, in Kenya, we are still working with the EPR regulations. But a few countries in Africa, they already have the EPR regulations in place. Also PROs out there running. And globally, we also have some PROs that are running and good examples that we can look at. So let me get to my panelists. I have a set of questions that I would put to them, starting with my Online, let me jump the online candidate. Let me move to Henry Masai. If you could share with us some specific or success stories that you've interacted with. This is in relation to the PRO creation and the EPR regulations, things that we could also learn from and educate our stakeholders to adopt and implement. Can you hear me?
Thank you so much, Joseph. I hope you can hear me as well. Just confirm you can hear me.
Sure, can I hear you very well?
So yeah, it's a very tough question. Looking at our EPR ecosystem in Kenya that we just more or less 3 years implementing EPR, but I know a lot has been said in the morning session, especially from the presentation from Dr. Ayub, outlining our journey and what we've been able to do and why actually we embraced EPR. So just to highlight some of the key successes that I see in our context is that even without the mandatory regulation that we are anticipating and the legal framework that would govern how we implement EPR, we had 2 voluntary systems or schemes operating from 2018. And I think the first one was Petco that now rebranded to PackPro, primarily managing the packaging for PET bottles. And of course, now over the years we had, or along that journey, we also had the emergence of KEPRO, the Kenya Extended Producer Responsibility Organization, managing bread packaging. I think now they have also migrated to other items. And for me, that would amount to some success, even without the legal backing of our regulation and things like that. And from what they have reported so far, these 2 PROs have mopped up to 40,000 tons of packaging waste that would otherwise be discarded to our environment. And from KEPRO's figures, they show investing around 85 million Kenya shillings to that effect. So if you add the PackPro's figures, then we are talking about more than 85 million shillings of investment in this sector. And of course, there has been a lot of discussions, sector dialogues, some of which WWF has also supported, conferences trying to also create the awareness, because I think EPR in Kenya is a new baby. People don't know what it is. We need to create a lot of awareness. Even the consumers need to be aware. The Sustainable Waste Management Act of 2022 was enacted in July last year, with very strong and robust legal and institutional mentions or establishments. One of them being that you and me need to start segregating waste at source. So there's an aspect of separation of waste at source, which should now make even how we manage our waste easier. And then there's also an aspect of establishment of material recovery facilities. And of course, now what we're talking about, the mandatory EPR schemes and regulations, now making it compulsory for all the producers, as you saw in Dr. Ayub's presentation, that all producers should be subject to an EPR scheme. You can do it individually if you're just producing a very unique product that you don't have partners to coalesce along, but it could be very effective in a compliance scheme. And then, of course, there are mentions about developing a national sustainable, a national solid waste management council that now should come up with targets and some guidelines on how we increase our recycling rates as a country. The fourth very important key stipulation in that act is the financial mechanisms to support now this new ecosystem for management of waste. So I would say we are somewhere. We are not yet there, but at least with the 2 operating PROs now, I would call them fully operating PROs, at least we have made some strides. With the current developments, even with the draft EPR regulations, we are seeing formation of 2 additional PROs. PROs are the producer responsibility organizations. We just talked about EPROC, which is now managing the e-waste fraction. We have KEHAPRO managing the hazardous waste. And I'm sure as we progress and as we still figure it out how to structure our infrastructure, then we are likely to have the other PROs for the other materials, especially the non-packaging things and automobiles and aircrafts and things like that. So let me just count our blessings up to that point and then maybe leave the floor to the rest of the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Henry. A round of applause for Henry. Thank you. Let me get back to my immediate neighbor here, Miriam. Kenya Association of Manufacturers, as far as we know, has a huge stake in Kenyan economy, running of the Kenyan economy, and a huge influence in policy formulation. The forum that I attended yesterday, someone was saying that the big boys, majority, they are the people who move around with government and influence policies that favor them. But as it is, the way the economy is structured, the way waste management and manufacturing is structured, there is belief that our informal sector and the Juakali sector is also a manufacturing industry that is largely underrepresented when policy formulation takes place. And in this case, especially when now we are talking about producer responsibility organization and the policies that support this in the country, PAM has played a major role. And what we are seeing in terms of what the EPROC not EPROC, but the packaging industry, they have already formed a PRO that is working, a leading example. So my question to you is that what challenges have you experienced in terms of PRO implementation, and by extension, probably the EPR regulations, the draft EPR regulations, and are there specific challenges in relation to e-waste that you could probably share with us? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Joseph, for the introduction. And I'm quite delighted to be part of this discussion today. And of course, we join to congratulate WEEE Center for making sure that we have these dialogues and continue talking about this new transformation in the country, moving to a circular economy. So in terms of the manufacturing sector, maybe just to give a brief history around the EPR journey in Kenya. So this process started during the plastic bags ban. And as you're all aware, and what Dr. Ayub had mentioned, Kenya decided to ban plastic bags because there were no solutions, in fact, sustainable solutions to address plastics. And of course, as supporters of the manufacturing sector, we had to quickly now try and find solutions to offer government. And this was quite easy because businesses and manufacturing sector specific are the companies who innovate. And it was one of the things they said that we really need to find a solution for this country and a sustainable solution around waste management issues. And we quickly embarked to tell government, can we run a pilot project around PET? And I think WWF has actually mentioned that the government has actually been implementing take back and EPR schemes on different areas. First, it was on the industrial packaging. So this is what Dr. Ayub was mentioning about the sausages that still had to be packed in plastic bags. So those were exempted from the plastic bags ban, but on the condition that manufacturers will have to ensure that they are taking back. And they had to make sure that they are taking back their waste and make sure that they are getting certification from NEMA, including even importers in the country who have to get their clearance letters from NEMA to be able to use plastic bags in the country and show how they've managed that. The second part is what was already mentioned on the bread bags. Again, that was a material that had been banned in the country, and NEMA agreed to allow its use subject to them taking back. That's how the formation of the Kenya Producer Responsibility Organization set up, KEPRO, that you've had. It's now, it was the first producer responsibility organization that was looking generally at packaging. Of course, we had PETCO at that time, but PETCO was a franchise from South Africa, managing only PET waste. So we had to transform and come up with a larger PRO that was looking at all the materials to do with packaging. And that is how the second PRO in Kenya was formed, to take care of industrial waste, to make sure that they're managing bread bags on behalf of the bread bag producers in the country, and then of course also PET that was being managed by PETCO. So Kenya has had a history in terms of implementing EPR and take back. And it's this history that actually led us to now understand what kind of framework we needed to go to. And again, I'll go back to Dr. Ayub, because these are some of the partners who we were working with in government, NEMA and Ministry of Environment. We came up with a framework of cooperation, and through this implementation period, we would mobilize to report to government how this framework is working. And of course, we quickly realized that there were a lot of joyriders, as Dr. Ayub said, and we realized that we will still have a problem as manufacturers, as the manufacturing sector, to show that we are demonstrating our responsibility on the final products or the post-consumer products. So the government quickly decided that there would be some core regulation around this EPR, that they would pass it in the law, but the framework of how the PROs run would be run independently, but they would have to be registered by NEMA. And that's how this whole process has gone. And one of the things we quickly realized is that these take-back schemes cannot happen, couldn't happen within the framework that we had, which was more linear and more moving towards recycling. So we requested that we have a policy, and maybe this is the basis of the discussions today, because a lot of investors in the country had said, we are unable to invest in the country because we are not so sure what is Kenya's direction around managing of post-consumer waste. Are we going to see another ban in the country? Have they been able to define what government really wants to put out? And eventually we put forward the proposals of industries and investors that if we don't have a policy framework in place, defining that Kenya is moving towards circular economy, we will get a lot of investors who will shy away from the Kenyan market. And that's one of the commitments that government made, and they said we'll pass a policy that looks at the scope, the problem, and then gives us direction on where we need to go. And that's how the National Sustainable Waste Management Act was passed to actualize the commitment from producers who, as Dr. Ayub has indicated, include importers, users, manufacturers. Anybody within that value chain is known as a producer, as has been defined, and making EPR mandatory. So that's the history around EPR and the justification why investors in the country, outside the country, really wanted to see some policy frameworks to understand the government's direction around circular economy. So of course we want to congratulate all the players who've been part of the process, who've been supporting us. We've of course been learning also through the process, and we have partners like county government, the national government, WWF, WEEE Center, who are always there ready to tell us this is what is happening within the waste value chain, and this is what should inform any policy decisions. So maybe I can stop at that with a background around how this journey started and the role of manufacturing.
Thank you very much. A round of applause. Happy to hear that from you. Let's go online. We are moving to Michael, technical team. Good. This is to Michael. We know that effective collaboration is key to the success of PRO and EPR regulations. In your role and your journey and the engagement that you've been having with partners, what collaborative measures have you had or you have in place to ensure a success of PRO activities or EPR regulations in the areas where you operate?
Perfect. Thank you, Joseph. Thank you for the question. Also, I just wanted to say thank you for the opportunity to present here again. It's the third year. And again, congratulations to WEEE and the team. I know these aren't easy to arrange, but I think this is exactly what industry, the country, as well as the continent needs. And look forward to many more of these successful events. Jose, yeah, just back to your question, I guess a little bit from AGAS. I'm not an e-waste expert. I work with refrigerant gases, and these gases are very high pollutants that, if released into the atmosphere, cause global warming and ozone depletion. And a lot of these gases are, well, all the gases are always found in electronics. And I guess when we center or when these electronics get to the end of life, the gas inside them often gets ignored. And that also then gets released into the atmosphere. So again, a very important product that needs to be recovered to ensure there's no increase in global warming or ozone depletion. And then just back to your question, government bodies and industries and environmental organizations, our experience, I mean, ultimately, I think in my experience dealing with the refrigerants and trying to recover this on the continent is collaboration. The main point is to organize collaboration, successful collaboration with various stakeholders throughout the whole supply chain is key in curbing the collection of the gases I'm talking about, but I think as well as e-waste. It's fostering a culture of trust between all these stakeholders, transparency and mutual respect among all stakeholders. Each party brings its expertise and resources to the table, creating a synergy approach to address environmental challenges while considering economic and social needs. So for me, that is one of the main key points is just collaborating, and exactly what we're doing here today with the various stakeholders coming together, talking about these problems. And the more we do it, the more we educate ourselves as well as industry and end users and the public. That just needs to happen more and more so that we can work on this and tackle it together. Thank you, Joseph.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Michael. A round of applause for Michael. Let me get back to Grace from Nakuru County. And my question to you is, how have you integrated the EPR principles to do waste management and specifically waste management within your county?
Okay, thank you very much. Let me take this opportunity to appreciate me being here. It's a great honor. And having to see maybe Nakuru County as one of the county that is well based in putting structures in the whole chain of waste management in Kenya. And to add on that, we are the first county to have the, I would say, Integrated Waste Management Act of 2021. It came way ahead of the national one, and of which we had incorporated the issues of the management of all waste, and also including the area of green and circular economy. Because why were we doing that? For us, our act is bestowed on having the technical issues that are happening within the county. So our act is responding to the issues for Nakuru County, for the people of Nakuru County, and the people within the industry of waste. So to us, there are many people who are employed in that sector. Like, for example, we have a model of whereby we incorporated private sector in waste management, whereby instead of now the county paying the private sector, we are the one earning revenue out of the waste stream. So that is a best practice. I think it's one of a kind in Africa. There's none other county that has been able to do that. So we have been able to employ a very good ecosystem of people who maybe they didn't have anything to do, but in providing legal framework that are friendly to that aspect, we've been able to have many people coming on board. And we were able to do that through zoning of our waste areas. We have at least operational 80 number zones within the county, of which we've been able now to be operationalized by the private sector, ranging from youth groups, women, individuals, and also farms, and also organizations. And Now, when it comes to the issues of EPR, there are certain waste, maybe waste stream that is not provided for, and that is the e-waste. So you see, we have been able to take care of the other organic waste and inorganic waste. That one, it has a very elaborate way of handling. That is from the generation up to the final disposal. But we are focusing on more on circular economy, whereby we are not having to encourage people to dispose of it at our disposal site, because the counties right now experience a lot of challenge to get areas where they can be able to dispose that waste. We also want to increase the lifespan of the existing waste disposal site. And how do we do that? It's encouraging people to reduce waste and also ensure waste resource recovery, and to start from the waste generation, whereby you are able to source, to waste segregate at source, and then encourage other people by providing enabling environment for that. So with that, we've been able to integrate that into our legal framework, and that's why we have brought on board other people who can be able to assist us. We have also partnered, and we have signed an MOU with the Kenya Association of Manufacturers and also the PETICO in handling especially the PET waste. So that's already a legal framework that you're already studying, and it has helped us to manage that, which was a menace. Before, Nakuru County right now is generating around 60% of it is organic waste. So we are talking of 30%. That one you can already know where it is coming from and how it is taken care of throughout that value chain. But when it comes to now the organic waste, many people are so much dependent of the inorganic fertilizer. So even if you make the fertilizer, there's no uptake. So awareness creation is key. And with that now we have been able to include the legalized education and awareness on uptake of the organic waste, because with that one we are also reducing the carbon footprint in our industries, in agriculture industry. At the same time, we are also reducing the issues of maybe waste management from maybe managing our disposal site, where when you dispose that waste, you are supposed to take care of that disposal site. Then when it is filled, what next? You have no alternative for that. So for us, we've been able to incorporate private sector, the community, the people, the national government, and the private sector. And that's one has really helped us to come this far. So our challenge mainly being the incentives, because the people expect a lot of incentive when they do that. And we are talking of incentive. Is it monetary? Is it non-monetary, or what are you doing? So you're supposed to have a very structured way whereby you involve the people. You let them know what is supposed to be done. You let them know what, in fact, when you're coming up with the policies, let them be in the center of that agenda, so that they will make the policies that will be able to be implementable, and they can support them, adopt them when they are assented.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for Grace. Great. Let me move to our third panelist, physically here, Lavin Safari, as a climate change expert and as someone who has been doing research, extensive research on waste management and climate-related issues. From your perspective, what do you think could be done, especially the policy frameworks that could be designed to encourage industries to adopt environmentally friendly practices without compromising economic viability in waste management and e-waste management in particular?
Thank you, Joseph. I'm glad to be here. This is the third e-waste conference. I attended the last two, and I can say very well. We're doing very, very well. So we center Mazel Tov. So as a climate expert, one of the things I find most important, especially in developing of regulations and policy framework, would be having an assessment tool. There is the climate policy assessment tool, that we use, I'm a private industry player, that we usually use to assess the mitigation measures of these policies in terms of issues of emissions, renewable energy, the GDP, of course the households, and generally the health of the community. So as we are developing these frameworks, there is need to involve the local community, the grassroots level. E-waste is coming up in Kenya, and very strongly, and as we are embracing it, especially the larger cities, we still have a very big gap when it comes to the rural community. So between last year and this year, we did a project with GIZ that was EU funded, where we did a baseline survey in Kenya. And we realized that households do not understand the importance of not disposing e-wastes the way they dispose all other solid wastes. You ask them what e-waste is, they have no idea. You ask them if they have any electronic in the house that they are not using, they tell you yes, they do. Maybe it's broken, but still they will ask for that incentive that everyone is talking about. So how do we incorporate the community to policy development in such a way that we incentivize them to take this electronics to a collection center, to have a kind of a drive within the community for them to be able to give us these electronics for us to recycle. Because recycling is also expensive. You won't just collect and that's it. There's the pre-processing, there's the refurbishing, repair, and the recycling before we get to the disposal. So another thing, government is at the core in Kenya for policy development and legal framework. So there's a big project coming up that has been talked about in Machakos, and I would like to urge government representatives here. For me, I would think when it comes to management, e-waste management facilities, many organizations and companies are coming up with collection facilities, management facilities, but the gap is at the problematic fractions. So this is a very important thing because we are stuck with all these problematic fractions. They are collected and kept, and it's just the same way as landfilling. So the government should come up with a problematic fraction management facility that will really encourage the players in the sector of e-waste management to know where they can fraction of it. I think we have an idea of what to do. So another thing, I don't know if there's anyone from EWEEE. I've not seen them here. They are one of the organizations that represents the informal sector. Informal sector is a very big sector when it comes to e-waste collection, disposal, management, recycling in Kenya. The Juakali, that's how we know them. And I understand that it's very important for us to incorporate them when it comes to policy development, because they're the ones who are at grassroots level collecting all e-waste that does not reach our doorsteps as formal recyclers. So when we come up with these regulations, registering a recycling facility is not cheap. That one I can mention. So the subsidy is for informal sector players so that they can also be able to afford to be registered, yes, but they can also do their work, because if the fee is too high, it does not incentivize them to manage the environment. So at the end of the day, we'll have them still collecting illegally, for lack of a better word, and processing, pre-processing, disposal without taking care of the environment. So we have to have a balance between economic empowerment and environmental sustainability. If that balance lacks, I think we'll have a big problem. Then, yeah, my last point is on engaging all stakeholders. All stakeholders, I mean, they're technical players in the field, and then there are technical experts who understand e-waste management and circular economy. So when it comes to policy framework development, I would urge everyone in the industry to be engaged in the policy development, so that if there is a gap, we can address it. Sometimes I feel like in Kenya we copy laws from out there, copy paste, implement, and that's a big problem. How can we make sure that these laws actually apply to our situation here? What does Kenya need? Let's do a needs assessment and find out what does Kenya need in area of e-waste management? Is it creation of green jobs? Is it creation of employment? What do we need so that these laws can directly apply to our country instead of just having laws, blanket laws, and then we have several gaps? That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for Lavin. And that marks the end of our panel discussion session. Before we close, she has mentioned, I think, 3 important points. One, the government is listening. E-waste management is not cheap. It's very expensive. And for us to do this effectively, development partners and especially the government should come on board to subsidize waste management by handling problematic fractions. That would make the e-waste players and e-waste business viable and sustainable. Secondly, she is saying that stakeholders should be engaged in the development of laws and also the regulations that we have. And we have experts who will be developing these laws. They try to implement them. We find that it's difficult to do implementation. And thirdly, she's talking about solutions that are realistic to the local situation. We don't go out there, attend functions out there, adopt very good, nicely done legislative frameworks that probably aligns very well to what is in EU, US, or in other area. But when we bring them to this country now, we would be unable to implement. So that is a challenge. So we really need to engage all the stakeholders to make sure that this works and it works well. Let me take this to the team, everybody on board. I'll give you an opportunity for 3 questions because we are managing time. 3 pressing questions that our panelists could address, and then we put it to a close. 3 key questions. Only 2 things. We didn't understand anything that they were saying, or everything was just extremely good. No need for any question, any clarification. Do you have questions? 1. Questions? 2. Yes, the gentleman at the back. I don't know if we have an additional mic that we could push there. The second person? No pressing questions. Yes, Ronnie. You could pick a panelist to address your questions so that we can move much faster.
My question goes to the last panelist, the climate expert. You have done a lot of research about climate activities and also with GIZ. What's your conclusion about behavior change in terms of government policy, private sector, and also informal sector? Because I think the lack of cohesion and integration between the 3 is what is bringing problems to the nation. Because we find that in Africa and mostly in Kenya, people see waste management to be the work of the county government. And also, in terms of manufacturing, issues concerning informal manufacturing has been left behind, and in most cases they are not involved in terms of policy making. So influencing their behavior, even in terms of EPR, become a challenge. So in terms of those research we have done with GIZ and behavior change, what's the link between the government policy, the behavior change of informal sector, and the entire community?
So let's pick the second question, then we address them at once, and we'll put a close to that. Ronnie has a question. If you could pass over the mic to this table.
Is it morning? Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Ronnie from Light for the World. Light for the World is an NGO that supports persons with disabilities. And very interesting space today to learn a lot about what is happening in this space. And for me, my question goes to the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, and I'm keen to understand, for an organization like ours and our partners who are trying to create a space where we create inclusive livelihoods, where we get spaces for gender inclusion, where we get spaces for inclusion of persons with disabilities. We think, we in the process of, program creating, for a program where we're trying to include people with disabilities and women in e-waste and in the circular economy. So what have you been finding are some of the challenges, preventing this to happen? Because for most of us, e-waste is more of a niche space, right? And for majority of other livelihood sectors, there's a lot of studies, there's a lot of research that we can tap into to understand what are the special conditions or barriers that are preventing gender inclusion and inclusion of persons with disabilities. What are some of the things that we as stakeholders here today should think about, should put in place to promote more inclusivity in this very, very interesting sector? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very quickly, I think you have 30 seconds to answer the first question, and 30 seconds for the second question, then we put a close to this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your question. Okay, I think partly you answered yourself when you talked about behavioral analysis. When it comes to community level and policy making at that level and then the experts, there is lack of cohesion between the three. And that is what I was talking about. We need to include the community when it comes to decision making. Otherwise, like during the baseline survey, you find out that there's a lot of lack of awareness in terms of the importance of waste management and e-waste management, to be specific. And we also lack there's also lack of capacity building. So one of the most important things moving forward would be for awareness creation and capacity building, especially at community level, before we move into policy implementation. That's the question.
Thank you. I think the question was largely about inclusivity. So one of the things we've seen in this journey around the circular economy and the waste value chain, there is a lot of gaps in terms of inclusivity, especially women and persons with disability, and I think this is a bigger social issue. You can imagine the challenges that the informal waste value chain players are already undergoing. So you now see how multiplied the challenges are for women and persons with disability. But one of the things that we've been urging government is to develop an incentive policy. And there's a draft green incentive policy that is still pending somewhere. And it's in this kind of policies that we are able to advance support for these marginalized groups who are still part of the waste value chain actors, whether it's the women collectors or somebody who's disabled who is part of the waste value chain. You can imagine how hard it is for them to be able to maneuver within the system. So one of the things, of course, we do quite well is advancing policies that support economic growth. And one of the things we've continued to say is that the circular economy is going to create jobs. It's going to ensure that the contribution of the producers will go and correct some of these issues that we are seeing, social issues that we are seeing at that level. So that's a good question, and I think it's one of the things that we all need to pick up and make sure that we are engaging with government so that they can look at this waste management value chain from a marginalized approach so that we make those right decisions moving forward, so that we pick them up with us and we make sure that they get the same level of support. I think we'll pick this up, we'll discuss with the Producer Responsibility Organization. Maybe what I didn't say earlier is that there's a Producer Responsibility Organization known as IPROC. It is one of the producer responsibility in the countries. We are incubating it as the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, but we are working together with other associations who are mobilizing their businesses, such as Googler and Kerea, who are also in the renewable energy and equipment space. So we'll have discussions with them so that we see that they also take that kind of approach when they are supporting the entire value chain. But great question, thank you.
Very much. We also have a question from online participants. So one goes directly to Michael. I'm seeing you typing an answer, Michael, but if you can just answer the question briefly. And the question is, what methods can you suggest for the gas capture and quantification to prevent their escape during the handling of end-of-life electronic equipment? So Michael, if you're able to come on.
Yes, no, thank you very much, and thanks for the question. It is a great question. It's something that I guess the whole world is looking to do, and that is to make sure we capture and recover these gases. And with these gases, one is normally needed to be an HVAC technician, as not anybody should be handling these gases. So you do need a qualified technician that comes out and recovers the gas. There is recovery machines or recovery equipment and cylinders that is required to capture these gases. But I think the main point is the end users need to be made aware of these gases in their equipment, and that they have a responsibility to ensure that these gases are captured correctly and not vented into the atmosphere. And for that reason, they would need to pay for a technician to come out and actually recover the refrigerant responsibly. I know WEEE is busy with a project as well in order to start setting up a recovery network which will allow this equipment or the services to go out and capture the refrigerant before it's released into the atmosphere. And again, I'm hoping that over time this will expand, and technicians themselves will be coming out to recover the refrigerant, as technicians are the ones that are normally replacing that equipment, old equipment with new equipment. And they should be recovering the gas before removing that equipment off of site, and then sending it up the supply chain where it can be reclaimed or destroyed, ensuring that it doesn't get released into the atmosphere. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you, Michael, and thank you, Catherine, for picking this up. We have a huge online community following this event online, and it's good to appreciate their questions and concerns as well. That brings us to the end of this session, and ladies and gentlemen, let me take this opportunity to thank you for listening, and our panelists also for being so gracious and courteous enough to contribute and support us in this program. Let's appreciate our panelists in a very special way. This is the order. 3 factorial. So when I say start, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1. Okay, 1, 2, 3, start. Okay, let's start. Thank you very much. Thank you.
You want to take a quick photo? Please, let's just take a quick photo. Stand there.
Okay.
Come here.
We stand here.
Okay.
All right. Since I'm extremely tall. Yeah. Let me put this one aside.
I don't know if the gifts for the panelists are too far. If the photo has been taken, you pass by. They're here. The ones who are online, I'll receive your gifts on your behalf.
Thank you.
Michael.
Nancy and your team. Okay, thank you, Joseph. Thank you, ladies Grace, Miriam, and Lavin, and also Henry and Michael for joining us. We are moving on to the next panel discussion. I'll invite Nancy to invite panelists.
Thank you, Catherine. Media team, Nahashon would like to do the chicken dance. Is it ready? We need the chicken dance so that we can go into the next session. The next session, we have a lot of youthful team, and therefore, is it iko tayari? In the meantime, we can have Elizabeth, Chris Paul, Griffin, and Jazz coming to the podium, please. Chicken dance, tuko tayari? It's loading.
While it loads, let me invite Elizabeth Ndongo from the Nairobi City County. Elizabeth, karibu sana. Chris Paul, Mudhaura, please give them a clap to encourage them, even if the energies are going low. Chris Paul Mudhaura from Bopink. Chris Paul, where are you?
Here.
Oh, there you are. We also have Griffin Amatembu from Ikotaka. And then Jazz Mutunkei from Kijani World. Are we doing the chicken dance?
Yes, we have to.
So they'll do the chicken dance at the front. So you guys are leading us in the chicken dance. Okay.
But of course, I think we have Jazz here. Well,
he's feeling targeted.
Very targeted. Very targeted.
We start.
That's the one coming up. So I think, yes, we just need to stretch a bit. The beats are coming up. Kindly, let's all stand up.
Okay, we stand.
I'm going to walk around.
Moving. I'll help you. I'll also stand at the front. The media team who introduced this thing, show us. I think we start like this, because that's what I see chicken doing. I'm hoping it has beats.
Yeah, it has. It has. It should come up.
So we should be patient?
Yes.
Okay.
So we just follow the instructions, eh?
Okay.
I'm behind and Catherine is at the front. Very well. Congratulations.
That was worth it. I think it was worth it. I feel so much better. Thank you for suggesting that.
All right, we're going to be very, Catherine says I need to be very
short and sweet.
Short and sweet. So we have Elizabeth Ndongo, Director, Digital Economy. If you're able to zoom in to her face, well, we are describing her kindly. Director, Digital Economy and Startups, Nairobi City County. Then we have Chris Paul, Bopping, Impact Manager, Agribusiness and Circular Economies. We have our informal e-waste sector. Safari mentioned that EWIC wasn't in and we were missing informal representations, but we have organizations from the informal sector. We have Eco Taka and we have Taka Nimali in the house. So they will give us an overview of what is happening in the informal sector. And then, of course, we have Jazz, Youth Kijani World, a board member. So this is going to be interactive. I know there is a protocol to follow the questions, but we will just be able to discuss. What green job opportunities do you see emerging in the circular economy and e-waste management sectors in Kenya and Africa? We'll start with Elizabeth and then Jazz. And you can just make it very specific to your area. Nahi Maika.
Okay, thank you very much.
Even this one is not working. People, kujeni.
Hello, you can hear me now? Good. Nairobi City County, and just to help us understand how Nairobi City County is structured at the moment. As we all know, with the new government in place, the county was structured and we have 10 sectors. And one of them is innovation and digital economy, which is led by Waziri Ngumo. And then it is divided into 3 subsectors where we have ICT infrastructure, Smart Nairobi, and the third one is digital economy and startups headed by Victor. The reason I've given that is because people are coming is because people come to the county and they get lost. They don't know who they talk to or who they need to talk to. So as we are having this conversation, we are under digital economy and startups. I know many people just remember of the car park and the hawkers and all those. So many wonderful things that happen in Nairobi County. So when we are looking at the job opportunities that we have, is that digital economy and startups, the mandate of solving the problem of unemployment and creating jobs for the youth within Nairobi County. And under that sector, when we are looking at the issues at hand, trying to solve the problem within Nairobi City County, for this particular conversation, we are being guided by the e-waste management strategy, which has got 5 themes, which when we are looking at the job market, what opportunity we have. Under the framework, there are 5 big areas. Okay, so under the framework, we have got 5 thematic areas, and I'm giving these so that we can also guide the students. One of the areas we have found there a gap among the students in our secondary schools is that when they are choosing their careers, they have no idea what is out there. So they get lost, they do career choice, and then when they get to the universities, they say, I had no idea this existed. So being guided by the framework is that it has got research and innovation. So when we are thinking about these job opportunities, we can guide them for careers related to research and innovation, and we know innovation is very broad. And we have, as Nairobi County, we want to have 85 innovation centers. This is in every ward of Nairobi County. So under the innovation centers, we are going to be able to guide them in terms of creativity or content creation, mentorship, and even help them with funding. Then there is the issue of raising awareness. That's another thematic area. So this brings the aspect of building capacity, changing our mindset, which is very important in terms of skill, knowledge, and attitudes in terms of developing awareness. And then there's, of course, the issue of resource mobilization, where everybody is interested in, but we cannot just have resource mobilization without everything else on board. Everybody is thinking about revenue. How do I generate revenue? How do I get an investment out of this? And what is it for me? The fourth one is on monitoring and evaluation, which is very key to government, because at the end of it, we want to find out, has the work been done? What value has it done and or brought? What is the impact? And then, of course, there is the legal and regulatory framework, which is very important. So in this area, there are so many people in terms of policies, law enforcement, and all these things that pertain legal framework. So that is generally a broad overview. So for Nairobi County, what opportunities do we have? Right now, we are creating a database for all the innovations that are happening, and we are interested in linking investors and innovations around Nairobi County and other people who are interested. So with our database, we'll be able to link investors and startups together so that we can be able to build the ecosystem and support the startups. We also, now that you know, in Nairobi, we have got an average of either plus or minus 2,500 tons of waste on daily basis, and that is quite huge. That's why at times you say this garbage never comes to an end, but the production is equally very high. So when we are looking at that, is that we'd want to develop collection centers that are going to help management of e-waste. So you're welcome to do that. Also, when we are thinking about that as a collection center, we think about transport. That's another area that can help people who can come together. We have groups of youths who are managing transport of the e-waste around those areas. And basically, just in a nutshell, as we are thinking broadly, what are the three main areas in terms of jobs, is that you can have circular economy consultants. These help businesses. When you think about something like Nairobi City County, we have got about 14,000 employees, and about half of that use e-assets at some point. What happens to such institutions? So if you come up as a consultant, you have an opportunity of going around institutions, offering consultancy services to help them be able to manage their e-waste. Another area is that looking at circular economy, product designers. We want to help institutions be able to manage their e-waste. So in terms of policy, practices, and how else can they be able to manage their e-waste. And the other one is on economy, circular economy technicians, and that's why in Nairobi City County we have vocational training centers. These are particularly training on technical skills that will help people who can be able to join the parts and recycle the products that are there. Even those young ones who never made it to the university, we have room for them. They can join the vocational training centers and be able to build these skills that will help them to be circular economy designers. Thank you.
Now we have the WEEE Club. I think we've renamed it. Joseph called it the 3 Factorial. I think we're going to call it the WEEE Hand Club. All right, you remember how to do it? Let's go again for Madam Elizabeth. Great, that's the WEEE Hand Club. So I think we've gotten the opportunities. Of course, the big tons of electronic waste, as mentioned. There is a building of the startups, escalating of the same, being consultants of the same area. So I think the Nairobi City County has many opportunities. Let us swing in and, get the opportunities. Jazz, what do you have to say?
First of all, good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
So, like she mentioned, I think when it comes to e-waste and creating jobs in the green and circular economy, we focus a lot on middle level and top level. But in my experience working with Kijani World, which is a purely youth-based organization, I have learned that also jobs such as collectors, jobs such as some of the amazing artists that I've seen behind there, those are jobs that pay for their livelihood. And those are jobs that sometimes I think we can forget. So when I look at the green jobs, my focus usually is with younger people who, first of all, need skills and need exposure to understanding about e-waste and understanding about the circular economy. And also to show them that they can still make a livelihood off of being a collector, off of doing art, off of innovating new things using e-waste or any other type of waste. So I think she had mentioned all the jobs that I wanted to say, but for me, I feel that especially in this day and age where we have technology, where we have media, where we have social media, it's very important to also know that there are opportunities that are quote unquote not the norm, that are still available to be given, are still paying jobs, and still have the ability to empower young people. For us as Kijani World, just a quick background, we are a fully youth-based organization. We deal with everything that has to do with climate change, from tree planting, which we have planted just under 10,000 trees. We have also worked with WEEE in collecting waste, where we have collected just over 15 tons. And we believe in not just helping the environment, but also helping ourselves as we help the environment, and finding very innovative ways and very out-of-the-box ideas on how to make it sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you, Jazz. Totally appreciate. WEEE Club, tafadhali tuende tena. All right, Grievin, tueleze kuhusu kazi yako pale informal sector.
Okay, my name is Namate from Ekotaka, representing the big family. It's we call it big family because it composes of street boys. So we realized that like let's say here in the city, very many electric items are and water flowing. So we decided that we will use the street boys because they are somehow, let's say, idle. They don't have jobs. And then this can be a good form because in partnership with WEEE Center and Ekotaka, when we collect the motherboards and the electricals, we bring them to WEEE, and they pay something in return, which helps the boys now to get out of the street and at least pay rent, at least buy clothes. Like let's say I'm a good example. Right now you can see I have shoes and a t-shirt, which I never had before. Before, if you could look at me, even shaving, a simple haircut could be a problem. But it's good now that WEEE Center has realized that there is a group that can be used to bring a change, because there is nowhere in the city that you can, yani hakuna mahali utakosa chokora kwa hii town. Chokora wako kila mahali. So when you decide to use these people, like you know, the street boys get everywhere. There is nowhere in the city where a street boy cannot reach. So they go collect until to the least option that can be a producer of the waste. So they know they are vast with the area. They know the dumping sites. They know where they can collect those electric waste. And we just don't only deal with electric waste alone. We deal with also creating awareness among the youth and promoting talents. And we also have a great vision of this country, making this country clean, you know. Because, you know, previously, the street boys used to do this work, but they were not recognized. There was something here, you know, in the middle, there are these people we call middlemen or broker. So this person comes and tells you, collect this waste and I'll give you a few amount of money. So you find that you are doing a very great job, but the appreciation is very few, because this person is targeting to exploit your labor. So you go collect, then you bring it to him, then he brings it to WEEE Center, and then he uses your labor and says that he has done the work. So right now, WEEE Center is doing a very great job of using us direct as the ambassadors and Ekotaka. So we want to say that cleaning the environment and the e-waste is a work that we are ready to do, and we are hoping to continue working with the WEEE Center and to our capacity. Yeah, thank you.
Hey, Grievin. Skona John, unaweza ongea kizungu hivyo. Let's take another we clap kindly for Grievin. Thank you. The next one will go to Chris Paul. How can we ensure that green jobs are inclusive and accessible to a diverse range of individuals, including youth and marginalized communities?
Okay, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Basically, green jobs per se are the green jobs. It's an emerging term that connotes the jobs that are being created because of the countries, because the world is adopting circular economies and sustainability. And there are so many opportunities for the youth and for all of us to be able to get into the train of creating and also being part of the green jobs ecosystem. One of the things that I want to say is circular economies has got three broad business models. One is a narrowing of resource flows. This is basically whereby we have mobility, those are the vehicles. Then we got electronic waste and all these machineries. And then we have slowing the resource flows is one of also a major circular economy business model, and the closing of the resource flows, where majority of the organic waste lies in. And one of the things I'll say at this point, I'll give practical examples of what Bopink has done around these three broad circular economies business models. One, we have a program called OFAMS that works with the SMEs that are that take organic waste and produce products to the market, such as organic fertilizers. This project has been able to create, over the last 3 years, been able to churn out over 361 jobs across the country, amongst the 20 SMEs that were supported. So that is an indicator of what is being done and what is happening in that ecosystem, that jobs are being created around these SMEs that are doing either regenerative agriculture, because regenerative agriculture, I will a little bit move out the e-waste and tackle the entire ecosystem of creation of opportunities in also agriculture, in also electronic waste, in e-mobility, and the entire ecosystem of where green jobs are getting created. Then we have another program that also was able to churn out over 134 jobs with joint partnerships, SNV. This is for regenerative agriculture. The SMEs were supported to be able to roll out their products in the market. And in that process, in the last 2 years, the SMEs were able to create those number of jobs. So it clearly shows and indicates that green jobs are coming up. It is the next frontier of employment and the next areas. And one thing I want to emphasize at this point is all companies, even this hotel, can be able to record green jobs. How? One, when a company has got a robust ESG protocol, that is environmental and social governance protocol, and doing the reporting and all those kind of things, even the accountant who is working under a company that is compliant to these standards, international standards, that accountant, it can be counted as a green job. So there is the broader description of green jobs, and there are jobs that are coming out directly from the interventions that are being done outside there. The other bit is a standalone site. Thank you very much, Gavin, for that very, very, very deep insights about what is happening with our informal waste collectors. We did a study with Mr. Green. We have a lot of people earning an income from collection of wastes. We have gone to Dandora dump site, done insights there, and gotten a report that dump site is supporting so many Kenyans be able to earn daily bread, to be able to take their kids to school, and to be able to clothe themselves. Actually, most of them usually say, as we are here, do not really mix up your food when you're throwing it away. You can separate it in paper bags because that food sometimes is their breakfast. That food sometimes forms their lunch. So, and they earn incomes from collecting of plastics, collecting of electronic waste, and collecting of other forms of organic waste that they are able to sell to the different vendors. So one of the challenges that we found around inclusivity is women face some challenges when doing the informal waste collection in form of harassment and also in form of going by their nature of their jobs. They have to take care of kids have to go to school. The men will wake up at 5 to go and do the waste collection, but the women will have to do all these other household chores so that they can be able to. So their collection is normally lower compared to men. That is one of the challenges that we realized when we are doing these insights study, and we have done it in Nairobi, we did it in Machakos, Mombasa, and Malindi. So as at Bopink, we are at the center of creating these green jobs. We are at the center of making sure that all the ecosystem players are involved in churning out these green jobs. It's not now at policy level where we are saying maybe we are doing it, and maybe calling all people to be able to think around and see where the green jobs are. The other way is, maybe to comment on that, is about the skill set that is required for us to be able to ace or to get into this ecosystem of green jobs. There's an International Labour Organization report that captures the skill sets that are needed for the jobs of tomorrow. Because the human of tomorrow will no longer be called an Homo sapien. They will be called Homo Deus, the human of tomorrow. The human of tomorrow is a human who is trying now to solve the current challenges that we have in our environment so that the posterity can inherit a world that is clean, that is stable, and that is secure for the human of tomorrow. So much can be said around that, but thank you very much.
All right. We hand clap for Chris Paul, kindly. I think, my panelists are very wise team. I think each of them has answered all my questions that were coming. So I would take just 2 questions from anybody who has a quick question. Situlisamani, short and brief and sweet. 2 questions, please. Rosemary? Mine is working.
Okay. As we wait for questions, I think I just wanted to add one more thing. Throughout this conference, we have been picked on this table because we are the youngest. And I would like to pose a challenge to the people in the room. I feel like the young people should be included more in this conversation. And we, as Kijani World, we focus on the young people. And we realize that a lot of we're used a lot as statistics, the youngest people, this amount of population are young, but we also need to be empowered through partnership, through education. I recently just finished my degree in USIU, and I was having a conversation with the young people, and I was saying, you know, when I was completing my degree, we had career talks and career days, and I had a career counselor who would tell me, these are the opportunities you have, this is what you can do. And I realized that there's no conversation about green jobs, there's no conversation about e-waste management. And I feel, given that we are going to be the people of tomorrow, as he's saying, we need to be included in this conversation more. And I really also appreciate WEEE for, first of all, inviting us. This is our second time speaking on the International E-Waste Conference. And I just want to let everybody know here that we are ready. We are determined to be part of this change, and we are determined to be part of this fight. And people like we should have talks and conversations in schools, in universities, because once these young people who are now in high school and university, once they come to the job market, these are the jobs that they should be exposed to. These are the jobs and the problems that they should be tackling. So I just wanted to add that and just appreciate everybody for coming. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you too. Chris Paul has something.
Maybe to echo what he has said is we center Bopink and Light for the World. We care about the youth. And maybe the announcement will be made formally, but we are having, there will be a project that will spur entrepreneurship in the e-waste ecosystem. And the population, the target population is the youth. So the youth in that ecosystem, the collectors, those who are doing repairs, those who are doing reverse engineering. I went somewhere and I saw we have very creative youth doing reverse engineering of some products and bringing out very nice products in the market. If you want a mini speaker, something like that, don't go to the supermarket, ask me. I'll take you somewhere you get a very nice speaker, better than LG that you have back there in the house. So we have all that. That project is coming up. It's already, we are doing the background. It's called Power Up. It is for the youth and for the people with disability. So there is inclusion and also for the women. But the cap is the youth. So you're being included to run for 3 years, and we'll bring so many young men and women into the ecosystem of earning money and creating employment, the green jobs, which is our topic in this ecosystem. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I think as we've heard from our panelists, the green jobs are available. Boping is doing something about it, Nairobi City County, WEEE Center. So I think we have a few questions. Question one.
Can I start?
Fine.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
My name is Alice, and I wanted to channel Elizabeth. First of all, well done to WEEE Center for the work they're doing with the street children. I'm just curious what Nairobi County is doing to support the other street children who are not part of the supply chain to WEEE Center. Because WEEE Center is just one company that is supporting the street children. But what is the county government, or what plans does the county government have to bring in all the others so that we can empower the youth that we are talking about so passionately today?
Thank you. Second question.
Yes, thank you. So my question is for Griffin. So just really like to appreciate what you shared. And could you share a bit more about the business, the income that you are earning from this, and also your plans as a community-based organization to grow, maybe also your challenges that you face. Thank you.
Thank you. The third question. I think we close. Oh my, there are many. All right.
Hello.
Hello.
Good afternoon. My name is Abdurrahman Ibrahim, and my question is for Madam Elizabeth. Madam, as far as it's concerned, the county government had plans for youth inclusivity, youth empowerment initiatives. I'm asking, what plans does the Nairobi County government has for the Nairobi River Yes, besides the river becoming the most dump site center in the world. Yeah, that's my question. Please clarify, and if there is a plans, how are you planning to implement those plans? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Question 4. The mic, please, on this side. Kindly, if you could assist.
My name is Tosh Bwana Brian. I'm a team leader with Umoja Conservation Trust, as communicated earlier. And mine is very simple. 1, Mr. Griffin, how did you get yourselves together? We're extremely interested in this. And in a special way, allow me to thank you for leading by getting the unprivileged into the privileged without government support. Fantastic. You deserve a hand clap for that. And to my young man, Jez Michael, I chose this table by design. You're probably my daughter's age. I'll be approaching 50 soon. I'm extremely excited and delighted at your confidence, your commitment, your passion, your drive. I have heard your question. And allow me at this time to take this opportunity through WEEE Center chairperson to invite you to Uganda on the 8th of December as we speak to a group of secondary school students at the source of the Nile, just to listen and hear how you've been able to transform. Most of them are your age, 16, 17, and I think that's a journey that we're starting. I also want to invite you, thank you. I also want to invite you through our lead trustee, the chairperson of the MK movement, General Kainerugaba Muhoozi, and the first son of Uganda, to come and visit some of the initiatives we're doing in Uganda, and you teach us how we can empower other youths in Uganda. Asanteni sana.
The last question, please.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Mary Mutemi from Green Africa Foundation, and I would like to thank the panelists for the wonderful discussion. Actually, it's quite thought-provoking. Sorry, Elizabeth, seems you have quite a number of questions to respond. You mentioned about raising awareness and capacity building to change the mindset. I don't know whether you've already started this because you should have started this like yesterday. I know in this forum we are talking about e-waste, but again, we cannot have this discussion also when we don't have in the back of our minds the other types of waste. I want to take you back to the estate where I stay, where you go and you find everything has been put together in that bin. I tried talking to the people we stay together with in that area to do segregation, and it is not easy. So can we start these campaigns? Can we educate people, the mindset? Because it becomes very easy when we have them segregated, these types of waste, and it also makes the job very easy when we want to take every type of waste for recycling, and also managing it properly. So is it possible that we can have these campaigns and this, education, awareness creation, doing it with more vigor than what we are already doing? And thank you to our youths who are already doing a great job. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We'll start with Elizabeth, then Griffin, then Jazz, and maybe Chris Paul can finish up with a comment.
Well, thank you very much. And as I started saying, Nairobi County has got a very major or a big workforce. And starting with the first question of the street children, is that this also falls under a sector on its own. There is a department that deals with street children. We have centers. We have one at Kangemi, at Woodley. That one is for the young men. We have one for children, young children on Heshima Road, and also another one for old age. what is the challenge that we go through? You realize that some of the people you find on the streets, they are business people. Actually, anytime you ever think of a roundup that is going on of the street children, they are rounded up. Some of them break out at night because they say to go job. So to them, they are not just street children. They are people in business. Unfortunately, some of them may not have a good motive, but they are those that are genuinely earning a living. Without any shady deals, they are there. So you find that even if they are rounded up, they will still break out at night. And so many others. And you may realize, especially, even some of them are foreigners, if you have ever noted, and they are still rounded up, then the business continues. For the Nairobi County, that department, the children's department, is doing a key job, and it has got a budget, and that's why they get the needy ones, and then they are kept, taken to schools, in different schools, public schools, and they are followed up until even to those who make it to the university, they are paid for, and they are able to complete the education. Then in terms of the youth, you talked of youth and inclusivity. Those are two different departments. Youth, it's youth and sports. That's a different department on itself, and inclusivity falls under gender and inclusivity. So these programs are there, and there's so much that is happening, because when you're talking about the youth, it is very broad, because you're thinking about building capacity, talents, sports, and everything. So that department is there. And the plans are there, which I may not be able to take you through because it's a whole program. They basically just work with the youth and everything that pertains them. Then about the Nairobi River, it is there under environment. They take care of that. And this is where you find people saying that the county haijafanya kazi. But I just want to take you just on a usual day, even on the roads. I don't know whether you have ever seen a very posh car, and they open their window and they drop a bottle. In your estate, there's somebody who is sweeping, but after sweeping, 10 meters after them, somebody throws garbage. What happens is that there are people who work even at night, sweeping the roads. But between 3 and 6, Kenyans appear on the streets, and they pour all their garbage on the streets. So you find, as much as they are doing a lot of cleanup, I don't know whether it's a Kenyan culture or what is the problem. It's just the same. I always blame our education system, unfortunately, because I think teachers should not have been giving us a punishment to collect papers in school. I think that's where the culture started. Because when you are late, you collect. So people have to drop papers so that the latecomers can do what? Can collect papers. And I think that became the culture of, it's unfortunate, because that is a problem we have. And I said there are every day in Nairobi plus 2,500 tons of waste are produced, which is a lot of waste. So as much as we try, there's also now the production rate of it. About capacity building still comes back to our mindset. And we have done all these things because, as she is saying, she talked to the neighbors. But what did they do? Even after you talked to them, they still went back to their old habits. So you find, as much as we say, lazima Nairobi iwork, it is not the Nairobi County that has to work. It is for all of us. Everybody has a role so that we can see the end result. So I always say, before we talk about garbage, let me ask myself, did I drop any garbage on the street? Because if you drop, if nobody drops, then there would be no garbage. We see the law enforcers. You remember some time back when we had law enforcers picking people who dropped papers in the streets. Mnaweza kumbuka hiyo wakati? And what happened? The people, we already had the human rights people against our askaris. Why are you harassing members of staff? I mean, the citizens. So you find that there is that back and forth. So it becomes very challenging even for Nairobi County, because when the law enforcers are on the ground, the human rights also come against them. Yet our culture is not very positive. So those are issues that we can talk about. And then maybe just something to help all of us when we are thinking about working together. We need public-private partnership, which we encourage all of you in terms of e-waste, in terms of working Nairobi County. When we are talking about the innovation hubs, and that we have a program we are calling Adapt a Hub. And we want to have 85. That is within the Mashinani, within that small locality within Nairobi. So if you're there and you're interested in a program here and there, you think you can support the youth, please come to us and we can see how we can work together. Adapt a Hub is very open, and it is accommodating any type of innovation that you think will help a Kenyan young person. Public participation is very important. We've realized that when we call for public participation, very few people come. And those who come are probably the young people. Yet people who can influence policy don't attend the public participation. So when we do public participation, it is on media, it is in newspapers, and the local area chiefs comes, all that information gets to you because we want to get the opinion of the public in terms of policy, regulations, and any kind of framework. So please come on board so that we can join our hands together. Thank you.
Thank you. We clap kindly. Asante, Griffin.
Okay. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. First, I will start by answering my friend's question. Yeah, you asked how much do we earn and how much and how is it taking us. So the first step, I will just sincerely say that even though WEEE Center is trying to help us, like let's say when we collect the electric waste and sell it to them, it pays us an amount that can only sustain you, like let's say food for that day, and maybe save some 30 shillings or 40 shillings that you can connect. You know, we live in cheap houses. You know, I'm a street boy, so I have to go to the budget. So the outcome, like the output, is somehow decimal because we don't collect the electrical waste in huge amounts that can bring out huge amounts of money. But we have some suggestions that me and my group, we tried to sit down and to look where can we find a lot of waste, and we realized that like in Nairobi County, it has a habit of raining, and you get that rain has washed out everything and taken it to the river. So we had a suggestion, for example, a river like the Nairobi River, that it should be created some traps like sieves. Mnajua sieves, kichungi.
Tunajua.
Yeah, so we had the idea that every a distance, maybe let's say 2 meters, you put a trap, 2 meters, you put a trap, 2 meters, you put a trap. Then that one can make it easy to collect that waste because nowadays people maneuver around the soil and they take everything, but a lot of waste is still in water because, you know, in water you cannot walk picking directly. And then there is some waste that can be carried from another place to come to that place. So when we put great strategies, like let's say we put traps on rivers so that we can collect that waste that is carried by rivers to avoid it being deposited in the lakes or in the oceans. Then the second thing, we were thinking of partnering with the schools and churches because this is where a lot of people are. Schools, churches, hospitals, and let's say prisons, so that we go talk to the students of our school and educate them and tell them that this is how we work and this is how we want to collect the electric waste. So the WEEE Center, we wanted to make a way that we can partner and bring in incentives, like let's say when a student brings a dead phone, maybe a motherboard of a dead phone, he or she earns a mark. Let's say you earn a mark, then the one with the higher marks will be redeeming presents like books, pencils, You know, it's not all about the street boys. This agenda of cleaning the environment and bringing in some good income, it needs a lot of people. So when we do partnership with schools, prisons, and churches, these people will be, they have gadgets in their homes. Like, let's say, for example, this congregation was a church. If I could come and talk to you and tell you that when you have any electric gadget that you are not using, bring it to the church. Then some record should be taken that so and so brought a phone. He also came and brought a dead laptop. The next Sunday he brought this. So what will be his reward? His reward can be, let's say he's a parent. He has children, right? So we buy books for his child. Sasa hii itakuwa imesaidia mzazi na mtoto. So we want, in order to bring a great income in the nation, we want to partner with many people so that we can create this awareness. And this can be very simple because we street boys only collect what has been thrown. We don't go to people's houses to tell them, give us the electric waste. We only collect what has been thrown. And what has been thrown is very few compared to what people are still handling in the houses. You can find that somebody just has a television that it was the television, that black and white television, and because he or she just loves it, inakuwa ngumu kutupa. So we need to have a way that we can talk to these people. Like, let's say one Sunday we go to a church and tell them, hey, guys, when you have any electric gadget that you are not using, please submit it to the church. And the government should now come in, like, let's say, give us some support. We are not only asking for financial support. Maybe, let's say, you can bring us containers and place, like, in every school and every church, you place there a container that can carry the electric gadgets, that when the students or the church people come with their gadgets, they can place there. Then it becomes easy for the people of WEEE Center. It will just be easy. You just call the WEEE Center people, they come to that church, collect, go to the next church, collect, go to the next school, collect. Then you find that in a day when you collect, like, let's say, in 3 schools and 2 churches, that waste is somehow when you try to compare it with the economic-wise situation, it's somehow friendly. But now collecting on the ground, like, let's say, in the street, you just collect a few. And plus on the street is very competitive, you know. You can wake up, like, let's say you wake up late and you find that somebody has already collected in front of you. So that means that that day you won't earn anything because you have not yet collected. I'll be very frank to tell you that the outcome we get, sincerely, it's not enough. Then the question my brother asked there, how did we come together as street boys? I know most of you are wondering. So this is how we came along. We were, you know, earlier before, we were not dealing with mainly electric waste because we had no idea. So we used to collect the plastic waste and some glasses. But during the collection, you know, we wake up early in the morning, then we come maybe, let's say, at 1. We are very tired there at the base. And we have talents. We have musicians there. We have footballers. We have content creators. So we decided to create a football team of our base. Our base is called Mitini. So we created a team called Mitini FC. So we could ask for friendly challenges from other street boys, like, let's say, from Roy Sambu. They come, we play football together. Then one of them came with an idea that we just come, play football, and go home and go to the street. And so why can't we just start, like, let's say, after we collect the electric waste, the plastic waste, and sell it. Then we create a merry-go-round that we can be contributing 20 shillings to one member each day, because 20 shillings is a low amount. You can get it. So we used to do like this. We were like 15 members at the beginning who are serious. So we came and started collecting that 20 shillings. I was the first one to receive the first amount, by the way. And I did not run away because I was given. I also committed myself to giving it back. On and on, most street boys came and saw it was a good idea, because we came and became 30. So 30, when you multiply 20 shillings by 30, you get it's almost 600 shillings. So as a street boy, when you get that you can touch 600 shillings like this, you feel very happy. So that thing made us to want to go an extra mile. So we went to the local authorities. We talked to the area, to the area, we call them Nyumba Kumi. I don't know their English name. So they gave us an idea and told us, we can look for somebody who can support you, because you look like people, you are street kids, and you are managing to organize yourself, giving each person per day 20 shillings. You know, contributing everybody 30, and we are on the street. You know how street boys behave. They are not that easy to control, by the way. And it's not easy to convince a street child to contribute 20 shillings every day, because it's like a cycle that he's not used to. So on the way, we met a sponsor from Community Pop John. So he came and was happy about our idea, because we used to play football, and then they buy for us food. Food equivalent with 60 shillings.
And allow me to interrupt. As you talked about playing football, I remembered that where Griven's community-based organization comes from is where I grew up. And I know we used to have so many stories we can tell. So if I allow you to continue talking, utatuambia story nyingi sana now. But it is time for lunch. I think we are running a bit late. I will hand it over back to Nancy. Utaendelea kutuambia your story. We need to continue to hear these stories over lunch hour, and then we can now move on to the next one. Allow me to interrupt. Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. I was carried away by that story, like you could tell.
I could see you are not going to stop listening.
Yes, absolutely. So I think during lunch hour we can continue with that. Elizabeth has something burning. Kindly in a second.
Thank you. I just thought this information is important to us as Nairobians. Many people come to City Hall and they say they were not able to get their way around. So just to help us, we have the Nairobi County Government website. You can be able to see what is there and take note of different sectors. We have the 17 sub-counties where hizo ziko mashinani. Every sub-county has got a sub-county administrator. So in your respective sub-county, look for the office of the sub-county administrator. There are ward managers there. We have 85 wards. We have 85 ward managers. So that when you bring your query, let it ask to be taken or directed to the department that deals with that particular issue. Because if it's an environment issue and you take it to a clinic, you can be sure you will not be assisted. So please, that is something just to help you direct yourself. For the issue of the youth, we have the social halls. You can be able to get information about the youth officers. Most of them are in social halls. And then, of course, the main offices are in City Hall. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have our guests present? Catherine? Our gifts, kindly, so that we can go for lunch. In the meantime, we sent our hand clap. Tafadhali, let us all go. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Thank you to our panelists. Kindly, let's start with Elizabeth. Or we do a group photo first. Grievin, Chris Paul, Jazz can do a group photo. And then we'll get our gifts from there. Because our media. That's fine. Are we good? Which side are we? you. Gifts to our panelists. Beautiful one.
Great. Let's appreciate them with a round of applause.
Please come. Even the moderator has
Even the
gotten
moderator
something.
did a great job, right? Awesome. Great. A round of applause to all of them as they take their seats. We'll be heading out for lunch because I'm seeing most of you, your energy levels are going low, so we need some to power you up. As Bob Pink had said, they'll be doing something. But in the afternoon, we'll have an amazing session. So don't go away, and make sure you, after you have your power session, you come back. We'll be having panel 3 session. We'll be focusing on e-waste impacts on climate. We also have another session on corporate sector initiatives in circular economy and e-waste management, and a final session on the role of digital technology and innovation in accelerating and transition to circular economy. That's really interesting. We will have our lunch on, so you just go to second floor and make sure you cross the bridge on the other side of the pool. That's where you'll have your lunch. But before you go, make sure you find the amazing lady with the colorful Okay, interesting. At least you've learned one more thing. Great. Head out for lunch. We'll see you